Honor, this is a...
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Yesterday, did you tell myself and my colleagues, Ms. Love and others, about Little D and Shannon being in your vehicle the night of the murder?
Huh?
Yesterday, did you tell myself, Ms. Love, and a few of my other colleagues that Little D and Shannon were in the car with you the night of the murder of Dr. Thomas?
I told you and them that what I told investigators in June, when Nut got killed, something different, because I was trying to finesse my way out of a situation. So I said, I picked up D and Shannon. D never told me nothing. I made it up to clear myself up. And that's it.
And was that yesterday that you said that? Did you tell us that yesterday, what you just said?
You asked me to be truthful. And I didn't. And I told you. What I told the investigator back then wasn't me being truthful. So I'm telling you something that I didn't tell them because I ain't trying to go back to jail.
I got it. But I asked you was yesterday. The first time you said this part, and now what you're saying today is what is truthful. What you're saying right now, what you're trying to tell the jury right now, is what you are now saying is truthful.
What I'm trying to tell you is our conversation was about something that I said in the past.
I understand. I'm asking you.
Ask that Mr. Copeland allowed to finish his.
Okay, all right.
I thought you was that.
Mr. Copeland, you need to finish your answers?
No, I need a break, Your Honor.
Say again?
I need a break.
You need to use the restroom?
No, I need a break. Like, I need a break.
Sir, it's not time for us to take a break at this point.
Well,
in
okay.
time. Okay. I mean, unless you need to go to the bathroom or some other reason, we're not going to break at this point in time.
Do you need a few moments? Was yesterday the first time that you told?
Your Honor, I asked Mr. Copeland to finish his answer if he was still.
I don't think he's finished. I think he's finished, Mr. Steele. So I'll overrule that objection.
Was yesterday the first time that you told anyone from the state that what you said back in January of 2015 was a lie? And that you were trying to finesse your way out of what you told them back in January of 2015?
I told that to the investigators when they was questioning me at a certain point.
What investigators?
Y'all questioned me so many times, I don't know.
Back in 2015, did you go to the police again on January 11, 2015?
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you also go to the police on January 28, 2015?
I don't know no dates, but if you know that if I went to the, you could just see it.
Did you also go and speak with the police on February 20th, 2015?
If that's what it say.
And what about on February 21st, 2015?
If that's what it say.
And then what about on June 10th, 2015?
If that's what it say.
Let me ask you this. In your interview on January 11th, 2015, do you recall your girlfriend's mother's home being shot up?
Was it?
Do you recall it?
I don't know if it was the same night or the next night.
Do you also recall that the stepdaddy's house was shot up that same evening?
I will object to.
Basis. I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase them.
When young thug's stepdaddy's house shot up the night that
I don't know.
When you went to the police station on January 11, 2015, did you go there on your own?
Nope.
Did the police come and get you to go to the police station, or did someone drop you off lonesome?
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Did you voluntarily go down to the police station that night?
No, I didn't volunteer. He called me.
And did he tell you you had to come down there, or did you decide to go down there yourself?
Well, he told me to come down, and people told me to go down there because
Is there an objection, sir? And just state what it is. Okay, let me see if he's finished his response. Mr. Copeland, are you finished? Or do you need to say something else to complete that last question you were asked?
yeah, I was just gonna say that I was told to go down there and speak with the police.
Okay, all right.
Do you recall in 2015 telling law enforcement officers that you were calling to get advice on whether or not you should go down and speak to the police because your name was coming up in the murder?
Can you say the first part again?
Sure. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe in his January 11, 2015 interview that you were calling around getting advice to decide whether or not you should come down to the police department because people were putting your name in the murder?
I don't know. I know when he called me, didn't know what to do, so that's why I was told to go down there. Yeah, I'm finished.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe in that same January 11, 2015 interview that people told you not to go down there and to wait till the police called you? But you wanted to come down so you could clear your name.
You said, did I tell him that?
Yes.
I guess.
In that January 11, 2015 interview, was Thug in that interview with you?
Huh?
When you went to go speak with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015, was Thug in that interview with you?
What you?
Basis. Okay. Mr. Copeland, can you step outside for a second? Ladies and gentlemen, jury, can I get you to step in your headquarters just for a minute, please? All right, counsels, please be seated. Our jury has left us and Mr. Copeland has left us. Mr. Seal, what's your motion, sir? Can you come to the podium, please, sir?
My motion is that there is a 24-4-403 comment on pre-arrest silence under ORR versus state. I believe it's a 2019 case, but I'll get you the site if it's not. If you put in or and Mallory.
I'm familiar with or. I'll look it up.
And Mallory's Mallory. What the state did is they set up series of questions, repeating the question that Mr. Copeland gets a call from a Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015, morning hours, telling him, according to Mr. Copeland, that he needs to come down to the police department. Mr. Copeland is reaching out to people allegedly saying whether I come or not. He spoke with people who said go down to the police department. The state then, for some reason, immediately says, well, did Jeffrey Williams come? That's after the state elicits, it's non-answered because the witness said he doesn't know, that Jeffrey Williams' stepfather's house is supposedly shot up that night. When you put that together, it is a clear indication that Jeffrey Williams should have, if he's involved, since his stepfather's house is being shot up, then he's being accused and he should go down to the police and talk to them as well. There's no basis for that. The state knows that Jeffrey Williams wasn't called by the police, wasn't asked to come down and speak. Why in the world would any prosecutor anywhere in this nation at any time ask a witness whether Jeffrey Williams was there? Nobody would say he was there. Nobody asked him to come. All it does is plants improperly in the mind of the jury. Jeffrey Williams was not bold like a lion, like Mr. Copeland, and go face the police that night. I'm moving for a minute.
All right, sir. State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Steele, if you give me the site for, or if you can find it, please. What year was it decided?
Probably 2016, maybe 19.
It's Orr versus State?
It's State versus Orr. It came from the Court of Appeals of Georgia up to the Supreme Court of Georgia. And reversed our previous demarcation where the state cannot comment on pre-arrest silence. Two is whether it is too prejudicial versus probative. And here there's zero probative value because the true evidence is that Mr. Williams is innocent of any charge, never asked by the police to come down, and didn't have a reason to go down to, quote, clear his name. So now the jurors are left with the unbelievable impression that somehow Jeffrey Williams should have gone to the police department but didn't, and he hid behind Mr. Copeland. It's just outrageous. I mean, to me, that is, I've tried so many cases, this is just wrong. And the state inquires of this witness, knowing, no matter what the witness said, it's just, nobody's going to say. There's going to be a video played where Mr. Copeland's sitting in a room with Detective Thorpe. I mean, what a crazy thing to say. Was Jeffrey Williams with you when you went to the police? Why, what's the probative value of that?
Well, I'm going to find out, I guess. So, okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. And the citation for is 351 Georgia App 578.
No, look at the state.
That's State v. Orr.
Look at the state versus Orr in the Georgia Supreme Court. So the
All right.
Georgia case. I think counselors finally have it.
Get the date. All right. .305 Georgia 729. Is that correct? Yeah, I see it. Okay. All right. It is 305 Georgia 729. All right. Okay. First question is, what's the relevance of asking Mr. Copeland about Mr. Williams?
Sure. Mr. Copeland is now stating to this jury for the first time a version of facts very different than what he told police on January 10th, 2015. On January 10th, 2015, and the state will be going into this, Mr. Copeland advised police, specifically I want to talk about what happened on Cleveland Avenue. Mr. Copeland repeatedly in 2015 stated that little D got into the car. The first time he said that little D first said they killed Nut. As his interviews proceeded over the course of 6 months, he eventually says to police that little D told him that they, and he was referencing Shannon, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. McMullen, all killed Nut. He is now saying today, for the first time, to this jury and to us yesterday, that little D and Shannon got into the car and little D did not say anything to him. And that now everything he said back in 2015, he just lied to get out of the trouble. So what we are doing is showing that back in 2015, none of these individuals were present none of these individuals were present in the room when he was speaking to law enforcement officers. And therefore now his story is changing when he has to now testify in court in front of these individuals. So this has nothing to do.
So you're not trying to get into pre-arrest silence?
Not at all, Your Honor. And especially on January 10th, 2015, Mr. Copeland speaks for the first time during that interview about Mr. Williams. But at no point is the state trying to get into any pre-arrest silence. It is solely to show that back then, none of these people were in the room with him, and he gave one version. And now when he has to testify in front of all of them, he's now giving a completely different version than he gave back then.
Mr. Steele, I'm going to overrule your motion for mistrial. I'll note it that you've asked it before the positive of the next question, and I'll make it a continuing objection, okay? Sir, did you hear me, Mr. Steele? Okay, all right. Anything else, Mr. Steele? Before I move on to Mr. Sharp?
I mean, you rule, so
Okay.
appreciate the mistrial being waged.
Okay, all right. Mr. Sharp?
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I just want to make it clear. I know the Harvey rule is in effect,
It
but
is.
I believe just for the record that the comment, because this is a RICO case, and we've instituted the Harvey rule for a reason, but also specifically, this is a RICO case where the constitutional violations of one defendant affect all the rest of us. We are linked together. We sink and swim together in many ways. I am too moving for a mistrial for the same reasons that Mr. Steele enunciated, and I understand the court's ruling, but for the record, I just want to make it clear that I have specifically joined this motion on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
I'll note that Harvey rule is in effect and all counsel. It will apply for all counsel that you move for mistrial, and that you posited another motion for mistrial before the positive of the next question. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you. All right. Like I said, I'm going to note it for all defendants present that you move for mistrial. All right. Unless there's anything else.
You consider a curative instruction admonishing the state in front of the jury that this has nothing to do with Mr. Williams. They should not have asked that question, and that the jury should take no adverse inference against Mr. Williams whatsoever.
No, sir, because it's a proper question at this point in time, given the state's rationale over your objection. Okay. All right. Anything else? No, go ahead. I'll let you all take 5 minutes and bless you and do that. We'll be in recess. thank you, Ham. Okay, all right. Can we bring Mr. Copeland back in, please?
Your Honor, can I make just one quick statement as he's coming in?
Okay.
I just want to add also for the court to consider, you know, when the state makes this argument that persuaded the court that it was okay, it presumes bad character on Mr. Williams and the others. Well, he never said that until he's in the courtroom. And the state does that a lot.
It's impeachment.
Every time. And you have overruled it, said it goes to bias of the witness. But I never heard a witness say, yes, I'm intimidated. The state just presumes that. So that's another reason that I don't believe that that was a valid persuasive objection. I know you did, but I just want that in the record. And going forward, if you could give me another, I think you gave it to me, but another continuing objection just to make sure any comment on, you know, well, you're intimidated by Mr. Williams or the others if they wanted to.
We hadn't gotten to that yet. I think we covered that sometime earlier in another motion, but it depends on what is testified to. And I'll have to take that on a case-by-case basis.
I'm objecting to it now if that's where the state's going.
I can't give you a continuing objection about that. I need to hear it first, okay? So, all right.
But to that question, I'm saying, you know, well, have you ever, I assume they're going to follow up with, have you ever testified in front of these gentlemen before? Something to that effect. And by saying these gentlemen, Mr. Williams and other people.
I don't know whether or not they are, but let me find out. Does the state have anything they wish to add to Mr. Steele's comment or assertion?
I mean, we'll definitely explore the fact that his testimony is changing now in the presence of these individuals versus when he was not in their presence. We will explore that because I think that that is a ripe area for the state to go into because he is now changing his testimony.
All right. I'll note Mr. Steele's objection, okay, and make it continuing. Depending upon how the foundation you'll lay, Ms. Hilton, okay? All right. Let's bring Mr. Copeland back in, please. Summon our jurors. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Ms. Hilton, you may continue when ready.
Okay. Ms. Cole, when I left off, was Thug in the room with you when you spoke with Investigator Thorpe?
No,
Was Yak in the room with you when you spoke with Investigator Thorpe?
no,
Was Shannon in the room with you when you spoke with Investigator
I was
Thorpe?
by myself.
Basis. Or rule, sir. I'll note your motion. You can make it at our first break, okay? All right, thank you, sir. All right.
And was Quay in the room with you?
I was by myself.
Say again, Mr. Matthews? What objection? Okay, you have a motion. All right, okay. First break.
And when you spoke with Investigator Thorpe, was that at about 3 o'clock a.m. on January 11, 2015?
I guess.
And during that interview, did you go in there to speak with him about everything that you knew leading up to the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I guess.
And during that interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe your concerns about?
I'll sustain the question, sir.
During the interview, were you able to give Mr. Investigator Thorpe your date of birth?
Huh?
During that interview, were you asked by Detective Thorpe your date of birth?
I guess.
Okay. And what is your date of birth?
July 25th, 91.
Okay. And during that interview, were you asked to give your middle name?
I guess.
Okay. And what is that?
Xavier.
Okay. And during the course of that interview, were you informed by Detective Thorpe his reasoning of wanting to speak with you?
Huh?
Did Detective Thorpe tell you why he wanted to speak with you?
He really like laughing and joking.
Okay. But did he tell you that he wanted to speak with you?
I'll sustain the question.
Did he tell you why he wanted to speak with you?
Yeah.
Or rule, sir.
And did he ask you to tell him everything that you knew about the murder?
I guess.
All right. Who is Kel?
Who?
Who is Kel?
Be more specific.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Kel?
I know a lot of people named Kel.
Do you know someone who goes by the name of Shell Kel?
I don't know him, but I know who you're talking about.
Okay. And back in 2015, did you and Shell Cal have any issues?
If he's still here, then now.
Back in 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Shell Cal had some issues?
I guess.
Okay. And is Shell Cal related to Nut?
I guess.
Do you recall in this interview telling Detective Thorpe that Shell Cal is Nut's brother?
I guess.
And that specifically that Shell Cal is Nut's little brother?
I guess.
Do you guess or do you know?
I don't recall what was said in that interview.
All right. And during that interview, did you speak with Detective Thorpe about how your issues with Shell Cal began?
I guess.
When you say you guessed, do you recall or no?
Saying,
Hold on. Hold on. What's the basis of your objection, Mr. Sharp? Well, so what's your objection, sir?
You're fine.
I'm going to sustain it on other grounds.
When you say you guess, what do you mean?
you asking me so clearly, I must have did.
When did your issues with Shell Cal begin?
I don't know. I don't.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe that your issues with Shell Cal began maybe about 4 months prior to the death of Donovan Thomas?
I guess.
When you say you guess, what do you mean?
I mean, I guess I said that, I guess.
Do you know if your problems with Shell Cal began 4 months prior to the death of Donovan Thomas?
If I had a problem with Shell Kill, I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay, and I'm asking you, when did those problems begin?
Say it again.
When did those problems begin with you and Shell Cal?
I don't know.
In your interview in January 11, 2015 with Detective Thorpe, did you tell Detective Thorpe, when asked about when your problems began, say 2 months, 3 months, I'm going to say no longer than 4 months?
Probably did. I don't know.
What were the problems that you had with Shell Cal?
I misunderstand it.
What was the misunderstanding?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you and him get into a fight at Club Crucial on the Monday before Donovan Thomas' death?
No.
You're saying you did not get into a fight with him that Monday?
I did not get into a fight with them. They put their hands on me.
Okay. What happened when they put their hands on you? Can you respond? What happened when they put their hands on you?
They ran out the club.
Who is they?
I don't know.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe about what happened between you and Shell Cal the Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed?
I guess.
When you say you guess, do you know if you told him about what happened that Monday?
Back then, my mind was all over the place, and whatever he asked me, I was just trying to get him out my face.
Do you recall in this same January 11, 2015 interview telling Detective Thorpe that you went to Club Crucial, you pulled out your money because you were on stage, you were flashing your money to all the girls were standing around, you were flashing your money. When you get off the stage, you were flashing money, and Cal and his whole crew walked up on me. You recall telling Detective Thorpe that back in your January 11, 2015 interview?
I probably did.
Then, do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you looked up and you said to Cal, "What up, bro? What's going on?"
I probably did.
And that Cal didn't say anything, so he just said, "Hey, what's up?" You asked him, "What's up, bro?" And then he began asking you about Thug. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that?
I probably did.
And I need to know, is that a yes or a no? Did you tell him? Did you not tell him, or do you not recall? Your Honor, he's saying he probably did. I'm asking yes,
Oh,
no.
I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
Did you say it? Did you not say it, or you don't recall saying it?
I said something to him, so if that's what he said I said, then
I'm asking, what do you remember? Do you remember telling him this or not? Or you don't recall?
they questioned me so many times, and I told them something different every time they questioned me.
Okay.
I don't recall what I told this person.
Do you have an objection, Mr.
That
Steele?
person.
Oh, hold on, Mr. Copeland. Do you have an objection, sir? Basis. Overrule, sir. Overrule, sir.
So you say you don't recall what you told him? He answered your.
I'm an overrule the objection, Mr. Sharp.
Can you say it again?
Sure. Did you tell Detective Thorpe that Kel wanted to speak with Thug at the club on that Monday before Nut passed away?
I said they have asked me questions about this so many different times. I have told them different things every time. I cannot tell you what, for 100% facts exactly what I have told him.
So do you not recall what you told him?
I said, I guess if he's.
I sustain the objection.
Do you remember what you told Detective Thorpe about whether or not you told him?
I sustain the objection.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that after you told Kel that Thug was in the club, Kel began to...
You have an objection, sir? I'm overruling the objection, sir.
Kel took his necklace and put it inside of his shirt.
Huh?
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that after Kel asked you about Thug, you then saw Kel put his necklace inside of his shirt?
I guess.
When you say you guess, do you recall telling him that or no?
Yeah, I said it, I guess.
And then when you saw him put his necklace inside his shirt, you then put your money inside of your pocket.
Yes.
Do you remember what happened after you put your money inside of your pocket?
They jumped on me.
Who is the they that jumped on you?
I didn't see no. I knew I was surrounded by a lot of people.
Was Kel one of the individuals that jumped on you?
I don't know if he hit me. I don't remember if it was him who hit me, somebody hit me, and when whoever hit me.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that Kel punched you in the back of your head on that same January 11, 2015 interview?
He probably did.
He probably hit you, or did you probably tell?
Yeah, I said it.
Right. And did you also tell Detective Thorpe, so he punched me in the back of the head, then they pushed me to the ground. He tries to go in my pocket and take my money, but I hold on to my money. The other guy punched me all in the face, but I didn't care. I was holding on to the money.
Yes.
Okay. After they were punching you on the ground, do you remember if you ever got up?
Clearly.
Okay. What did you do after you got up? You laughed. What do you remember about after you got up?
I had a knot on my face.
Okay. And then what happened?
I was real mad.
All right. And then what happened?
Somebody was going to pay for their knot.
Okay. So then what happened?
I went home.
Did you go outside of the club right after you got off the ground?
I had to leave out the club.
Okay. And when you went out the club, did you see anyone outside of the club?
If that was that's it.
I'm asking you, what do you remember?
I guess.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe in his January 11th interview that when you got out of the club, Bloody J was outside of the club?
I guess.
You guess that you told him?
Yes.
All right. And when you got out of the club, what, if anything, happened to Bloody J?
What you mean?
Do you recall if anything happened to Bloody J when you got outside of the club?
You can't remind me?
Do you remember, yes or no?
No.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that when you got outside of Bloody J, when you got outside the club, that two of your buddies went and beat up Bloody J?
I guess.
Okay. What two buddies beat up Bloody J?
Tell me. I don't recall.
You don't recall? Do you recall it being one of the individuals being Moonson?
Yes, I guess.
Don't say I guess. It's either
I
yes,
guess.
no, or you don't recall.
I ain't trying to say the wrong thing. So
do you not recall?
I stand the question. I don't need it. Just tell me the basis for the objection, Mr. Sharp, okay?
I need you to answer yes. Was it Moonson?
Overruled, Mr. Sharp.
Do you remember if it was Moonson or not remember if it was Moonson?
if he said that's what I said, then yes.
I'm asking you what happened.
I don't recall what happened. I was mad. I had a knot on my head.
Now, do you also recall speaking with Detective Thorpe about what happened at the Cascade skating rink before this fight at Club Crucial on the Monday before Donovan died?
I guess.
When you say you guess, do you recall or you don't recall?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened at the Cascade skating rink before this fight at Club Crucial.
What happened at Cascade?
Yes.
And nothing happened at the skating rink?
Yes.
Nothing.
Do you recall speaking with Kel at the skating rink?
That's what I told Detective Thorpe.
I'm asking you, what do you remember?
I don't remember nothing from 2015. I remember the fight. They put their hands on me.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe, actually before talking about what happened that Monday, that you and Kel were at the Cascade skating ring and the two of you actually spoke at the Cascade skating ring?
When I was talking to Detective Thorpe, I can't recall what I told him because I was just telling him anything.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that at the Cascade skating ring, you wanted to speak with Kel and you said to Kel, hey, let me holler at you?
Not if you put no knot on my head.
This is before he put the knot on your head.
Objection to the proper question.
I'll ask a better question.
I stand the question, sir.
Do you recall speaking to Kel before he put the knot on your head at Cascade skating ring?
I guess.
I need to know, yes, you remember, no, you don't remember, or you don't remember.
If you're saying this what I told Thorpe, then this what I probably told him.
Do you remember speaking to Shokel, period, at Cascade skating ring?
We wasn't on speaking term.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that at the Cascade skating ring, you and Kel were standing right there and y'all talked about everything that you had against each other?
If I was somewhere around Shell Kill, I don't think we would be talking.
Did you also tell Detective Thorpe that as we talked, we like said it was over? So it was like, we're over. We ain't beefing no more. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about that conversation you had with Shell Cal?
I guess.
It's not responsive. Do you recall or not recall telling Detective Thorpe that?
I told Detective Thorpe whatever he said, I told him.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that on that same day at the Cascade skating ring, Kel wanted to speak with Thug?
Who?
Kel wanted to speak with Thug.
If I would have any chance to be around Shell Kill at any point, I would not been talking to him.
I understand what you're saying today. I'm asking you what you told Detective Thorpe.
And I told you that if I told Detective Thorpe anything and he said I said it, then I probably did.
Okay. So did you also tell Detective Thorpe that you then called Thug on FaceTime for Kel and Thug to speak with each other?
When he checked my phone record, did he see that call?
I'm asking you, did you tell Detective Thorpe that on the Sunday at Cascade Skating Ring that you got Thug on FaceTime so Kel and Thug could speak? Yes or no?
If Detective Thorpe said I told him that, I told him that.
Okay. Do you remember that happening?
No. Okay. I don't remember. Me and Shell Kill ain't gonna talk.
All right. And then, do you remember telling Detective Thorpe, so him and Thug talked, and whatever was said with that, I don't know?
I probably told Detective Thorpe that.
And again, that was in your January 11, 2015 interview.
I guess.
Now, did you also tell Detective Thorpe about a shooting that occurred at a gambling house in Lakewood?
If that's what he said.
Do you recall a shooting at the gambling house in Lakewood? Do you recall a shooting at a gambling house in Lakewood?
No.
You do not?
I don't.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe in that same January 11, 2015 interview that there was a shooting over in Lakewood and that it was Kel, and he was standing on top of a roof and shooting inside?
I probably did.
I need to know, do you remember telling him that or you don't remember telling him that?
When Detective Thorpe questioned me about what happened, I thought I was in there about 5 minutes. I thought I walked in and walked back out. So I don't know what I don't told him. I can't remember what I don't told him.
So you say you don't remember telling him about what happened at?
But if he said that I told him that, I'm telling you right now, I told him that. So can you start asking me what I supposed to told Detective Thorpe? Because I'm telling you now, if he said that I said anything about anything, I'm telling you, more likely I probably did.
Great. Well, I want to ask you about all the things that you talked to Detective Thorpe about. Did you also tell Detective Thorpe about the Friday before Nut was killed?
I guess.
Okay. On the Friday that Nut was killed, were you with Thug the Friday evening before Nut was killed?
No, you just said it earlier. Was I at the house? I said yes.
I'm talking about the Friday evening before Nut was killed.
I can't recall. Okay. I don't know what I done told Detective Thorpe.
I'm asking you, what do you remember yourself?
When I think back about 2015, all I remember was getting a call saying that Nut was killed and I was responsible for it. And the only thing besides that is people showing up my folks' houses. Details about what happened, all this stuff been blanked out my mind. Like, it been blanked out my mind.
In that same January 11, 2000 interview, you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you were with Thug and you were at DJ Drama's studio.
I probably did.
Do you remember telling him, or you don't recall telling him? I need to have it.
If Detective Thorpe said I said it, I said it.
And then after leaving the studio, that is when you went over to your girl's house, which would be Deshaun's house.
I guess.
Now, earlier I asked you about what time you left Deshaun's home to go to your brother's house. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you left Deshaun's home around 5 o'clock p.m.?
I guess.
When you say you guess, I need to know, do you recall telling him that or you don't recall telling him that?
If he said I said it, I said it.
And is that true or that not true that you left her home around 5 o'clock?
If you notice something about me, I don't keep up with the time or the days. I just go with the flow.
So do you remember it being around 5 o'clock p.m. that you left Deshaun's house?
I don't know what time I left her house.
When you went to Mechanicsville, do you remember seeing anyone in Mechanicsville?
What you mean?
You said earlier that on the night before Nutt's murder, on the day of, you left Deshaun's house and you went to Mechanicsville. Do you remember seeing anyone when you went to Mechanicsville?
I don't remember if I seen anyone.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you went to the green store?
I guess.
I need to know, do you remember telling him or you don't remember telling him? Or was that a lie?
Faces.
Your Honor, his response are non-responsive to my question.
I'm going to overrule your objection, sir. Thank you.
So do you remember telling him? You don't remember telling him?
Do I remember telling him what?
That you went to the green store.
I probably did.
When you say you probably, I need to know yes, no, or I don't recall.
Whatever Thorpe said I told him, I told him.
Okay. Do you remember telling him that you met with Little Rick at the green store?
I probably did.
Yes, no, I don't recall.
You want me to?
Yes, sir, you may.
Yes, no, I don't recall.
If Thorpe said I said it, I said it.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that while you were at the green store, you called Little D?
I guess.
Did you tell him? Did you not tell him, or you don't recall telling him that?
If Thorpe said I said it, I said it.
Do you recall telling him that he told you he was on Cleveland Avenue?
I guess.
Yes, no, or I don't recall.
If Thorpe said I said it, I said it.
Now, when you got to Cleveland Avenue earlier today, you said that little D and You're right.
I think she's oriented to time and place. I'm over with the objections.
Earlier today, you said that little D and Shannon got into your vehicle. Do you recall saying that earlier today?
I think I did.
Okay. Back in January of 2015, did you ever tell Detective Thorpe? Your Honor, now I'm impeaching.
I'll rule the question, sir.
Did you ever tell Detective Thorpe that Shannon was in the vehicle with you and little D back on the morning of January 10, 2015?
If he said I did, I did.
I'm asking you, did you? Because you're saying you're saying today, you're saying the truth, and back then.
I sustain the objection.
Did you ever tell Detective Thorpe that Shannon was in the vehicle with you?
I guess.
Back in 2015, you did not tell Detective Thorpe that Shannon was in the car with you.
Objection asked and answered. I sustain the question.
In 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe that only little D got into the car with you?
I guess.
Did you say that to Detective Thorpe?
If he said I did.
Back in 2015, did you then tell Detective Thorpe that little D told you that Nut just got killed?
Basis, sir.
Your Honor, do we address this?
I'm over with the objection, sir.
Your Honor, we...
Overruled, sir.
Today, you said that you and little D never talked about the murder, correct?
Today, I said whatever I told Thorpe in 2015, I was trying to get him out my face. So I do not know exactly what I have told him.
Today, do you have an independent memory of what happened on January 10, 2015?
What you mean?
Do you have a memory outside of what you told Detective Thorpe about what happened on January 10, 2015?
Basis, sir. I did tell me the basis for your objection. I'm overrule the objection, sir.
I'm going to object to ask and answer your
Overrule, sir.
Wait.
So today, do you have an independent knowledge of what happened on January 10 when you picked up little D?
Can you say that one more time?
Sure. Today, without remembering what you told Detective Thorpe, what is your memory of your interaction with little D on January 10, 2015?
I don't have a memory. What you mean? Like,
Okay.
I just know that I picked up little D and Shannon, and that's when I got the call saying that I supposedly did this and did that.
And in January 2015, you never told Detective Thorpe that you picked up little D and Shannon.
I guess.
Earlier, I asked you if Montauk FaceTimed you. And did you say you did not recall if Montauk FaceTimed you?
I know he called me. I don't know if it was FaceTime regular. All I know was I remember what came out of his mouth.
And in 2015, in January of 2015, you told Detective Thorpe that he FaceTimed you.
I guess.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that or no?
objection asked and answered.
Yeah, that's non-responsive. I guess it's non-responsive.
I'm over your objection, sir. You can answer the question, sir.
I need to know if you remember or if you do not remember.
If he said I said it, then I said it.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that?
Overruled, sir.
That's not. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that he FaceTimed you?
I guess.
I guess it's non-responsive.
Well,
It's not responsive, Mr. Steele. I'm gonna overrule your objection.
Do you recall?
I don't know what I told Detective. I don't remember what I told Detective. Whatever his name is.
Thank you. So you don't remember if you told Detective Thorpe that?
I sustain the question, Mr. Fuller.
Now, do you remember back in January 2015 giving Detective Thorpe Moontoon's phone number?
I guess.
I guess it's non-responsive.
Overruled, sir.
I need you to respond. Do you remember?
I don't remember. I don't remember nothing I told Detective Thorpe.
All right.
So that's my response to every question you about to ask me. If it have anything to do with me speaking with him. It wasn't in my right state of mind. I don't have a clue.
Well, you're going to bear with me because I'm going to have to ask you the question specifically. You just
Okay,
say
you can
I don't
ask.
remember.
I just said.
Mr. Steele, overruled.
Do you remember today what Moontoon's number was back then?
Back then when?
Back in 2015.
No, I better know my phone number now.
All right. Do you remember giving him the number 404-662-8935?
I guess.
I need to know, do you remember or you do not remember?
Yeah, I did. I don't.
Do you remember what kind of car that Moontoon dropped you off in to take you to the police department on January 11, 2015?
I don't know. I don't know if he. I don't know. I don't know if he asked me. I don't remember what I told him.
Okay. Do you remember saying it was either bluish, grayish Malibu and it was rented?
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember telling him that?
Yes, I guess. Yes.
Earlier today, you said that you went down there because the police called you. Do you remember saying that?
Overruled, sir.
Do you remember saying that earlier today?
That's the only way I went down now.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe, I was asking everybody, should I go down there, bro? Because I didn't do it. I didn't do it. You can look at my phone records, but I didn't do it.
Yes.
All right. Yes, you remember telling him that?
If he said I said it, yes, I said it.
I need to know if you remember telling him that.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Sharp.
Do you also recall telling Detective Thorpe that you also advised Moontoon that he should come down and speak with the police?
Yes.
When you just said yes, you kind of shrugged your shoulders. Why did you do that?
Overruled, sir.
Because you asked me questions.
Hold on, Mr. Overruled, sir.
Why did you just shrug your shoulder?
'Cause they my shoulders.
Okay. Was Kel the only person that you had problems with back in 2015?
I'll stand this before.
Let me ask you, did you have any issues with Nut in 2015? Why'd you chuckle?
Huh?
I asked you if you had any issues with Nut, and then you said, and you chuckled. Why?
Your Honor, there was a question posed. You can't ask another question. It's my objection.
Overrule, sir. Overrule. I'm going to overrule it, okay, for the time being. Sir, I've overruled your objection, okay?
So I'll ask you first, why did you chuckle when I asked the question?
I don't know.
Okay. So did you have an issue with Nut back in 2015?
I don't think I did.
All right. And did you tell the police that the only person you had a problem with was Kel?
Yes.
Now, after the murder of Donovan Thomas, did you try to call Bloody J?
That what I said?
I'm asking you, what do you remember?
I guess.
Do you remember or do you not remember?
What I'm trying to call Bloody J for?
Okay. So do you not remember calling Bloody J?
But what would I need to talk to him for?
So do you not remember calling Bloody J?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember. I don't recall.
All right. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe in that same January 11th interview that you called Bloody J on the phone?
Yes.
So why would you want to call Bloody J?
You need to tell me.
I'm not you, so why
I'm
would
saying,
you
you
want...
know what I supposed to say?
I'm asking you now.
I don't know. I don't have a clue. Why would I want to call him?
Did you attempt to call anyone else the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered to tell them that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Say that again?
On January 10, 2015, did you attempt to call anyone who was affiliated with If Gang so that you can tell them that you did not kill Donovan?
I ain't doing no calling nobody.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe first that you tried to call Bloody J and that there was someone else that you could call, but it's no use?
Yes.
Now, course indulgence for one moment.
I didn't hear you.
I said course indulgence for one moment.
Huh? She done me?
Do you recall Detective Thorpe asking you about an Infinity car on January 11, 2015?
I guess.
Do you remember him asking you, or you don't remember he asked you?
When this is what I remember from talking to Detective Thorpe. I walked in the homicide building. He said, "Hey man, I still got a bite on the street. You came in here? I don't think you did it." That's how they went to me. So you asked me these questions. I don't remember having a conversation with him, so I ain't saying I didn't. If you saying he said I did have this conversation with him, then I did. But I don't remember him. I don't remember these.
And it's
So I don't know what I don't told him. But I just know that I thought he let me walk right back out the door. I don't remember being in there no more than 5 minutes.
And if you don't remember, that's all you have to say is you don't remember.
I keep telling you I don't remember.
And I have to ask you specific questions. So if you don't remember.
Mr. Steele, I need to see an objection, not commentary, okay? So, no, that's not, that's, I'm overly objection, sir.
Prosecutor just said, I need you to say you don't recall.
Hold on. Mr. Short, I'm gonna overrule your objection. That's not what the prosecutor asked, okay? So, all right. You can continue, madam.
Do you remember or do you not remember if Detective Thorpe actually...
I don't remember.
All right. Do you remember Detective Thorpe asking you if you've ever been stopped in an infinity before?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Do you remember Detective Thorpe asking you if you had ever been stopped in an infinity before?
Sure.
Can we be oriented to the date of this meeting?
Sure.
We're talking about the same January 11, 2015 interview.
I don't know what mean. Whatever you told me to say, I don't know. I don't.
Do you remember back on January 10, 2015, any cars following you home the night that Donovan Thomas was killed?
Can you say that again?
Sure. On the night that Donovan Thomas was killed, do you recall any cars following you home, specifically following you into Carver Homes?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you were heading into Carver Home and you saw a little red Camaro following you inside of the apartment complex?
I probably did.
I need to know, do you remember or do you not remember?
I told you already. I don't remember. You keep asking me.
So if you don't remember, just say you do not remember. Well, Your Honor, I'll ask.
I'll sustain the question. I'll sustain the you.
Your Honor, then I'll ask. You can instruct Mr. Copeland if he does not remember, just to say he does not remember.
Mr. Copeland, just answer the question to the best of your ability, okay?
I thought I did, Judge. I told her I don't remember no conversation I had with. She trying to cross me up. She trying to say this and that when I don't told her I don't tell the police anything they wanted to hear for them to. And she keep asking me over and over.
You're gonna have to answer the question, sir, okay?
So is your entire interview with Detective Thorpe a lie?
Huh?
Was your entire interview with Detective Thorpe a lie?
I don't know. I can't tell you what I told him. You got to tell me what I told him.
Okay. So we're going to keep on going.
But I don't, when you tell me what I told him, I'm telling you now, I probably did tell him that. I'm telling you, I told him that.
Well,
So,
but you have to tell me which ones are lies and which ones.
Yeah, correct, sir. Mr. Copeland, do you have something else you want to add to that response?
I can't remember.
Do you want me to repeat the question?
I can't remember what I had to say.
Do you want me to repeat your response up until that point in time?
You got to tell me what was said.
Okay, hold on just a second. We can help you out with that. I'm sorry.
When you told me now, I probably did tell him that. I am telling you, I told him that. So,
Can you say that again?
she said, was your entire interview with Dorothy a lie? He said, I can't tell you what I told him. You got to tell me what I told him.
Right.
And so we'll keep going. He's weighing, and then he said, well, you told me now, I probably did tell him that. I am telling you, I told him that. So, and then the son said, but you have to tell me which ones are lies. And then he interrupted.
So how am I supposed to tell you which one is a lie if I don't know, if I can't remember what I told him? I can't say this is a lie and then you try to say, well, you said this right here. I don't know. I don't know what I told him.
Back in 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe in the same January 11th interview that you get blamed for everything and that your name comes up in everything?
Yes, sir.
Back in January of 2015, did they shoot at your at Deshaun's mother's home the night of the murder?
I don't know if it was the same night, but at one point it was.
And did that shooting prompt you to go speak with Detective Thorpe on the morning of January 11th, 2015?
They called me. I think that's how he was able to get my phone number. But I can't recall if it was or not.
Were you scared because they were shooting up your family's house back on January 10th, 2015?
What you mean?
Mr. Sharp.
I object to the use of the pronoun they. I would ask for specificity.
So vague? Vague? Your objection vague? All right, I'll sustain that.
Were you afraid because your girlfriend's mother's house was being shot up?
What you mean?
Were you afraid because people in your family's homes were being shot up on that back in January 2015? Were you afraid because people's homes were being shot up?
You asking me, was I afraid, or did I tell the police I was afraid?
I'm asking you now, were you afraid?
I was afraid for the people who was in the house.
And do you know who all was in the house? You shook your head. Is that a no for the record?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember who was in the house.
Now, in that interview, did you give Detective Thorpe the reason why you thought Kel was beefing with you?
I probably did. I don't remember. Which one I supposed to say it?
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that this is all about you not being down with it no more and being down with the gang anymore?
Yes.
Do you recall telling him that it's also because they now think that you're with Thug and that you're claiming YSL?
Yes.
Yes, you remember telling him that?
I guess. If that's what you said, I said.
Do you recall or do you not recall to tell Detective Thorpe that?
I don't know what I done told this man.
Okay. So, sitting here now, was the beef because you were no longer down with them and you were down with YSL?
Yes, I guess.
Is it yes or you guess?
If that's what he said,
I'm asking you right now today.
I don't know.
Now, during this interview, do you recall giving Detective Thorpe your Instagram page?
Yes.
And what was the Instagram page that you gave him?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it Woody372?
Yes.
Okay. And 372, does that refer to,
I stand the question.
what is 372?
Numbers.
And does that number specify something specific?
I believe it has. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Does the 372 correspond to the letters of DRC on the phone pad?
It could. I gotta look at the phone pad to see. How do you look at the phone pad to tell?
And is Woody372 the same Instagram account that I asked you about over the course of the last few days?
I guess.
So was that your Instagram account back in 2015?
My Instagram account is Woody vs. Woody.
I asked back in
From
2000.
back then, I think my Instagram account is the same account as it is today. Woody vs. Woody. I'm not 100% sure. Listen, I done did so much time away from society. You asking me about something I don't know. I don't know how to answer these questions. A lot of this stuff you talking about, I've been through too much to be trying to remember certain stuff or these questions you asking me. Like, you discombobulated me up here. Like, you want me to lie? You want me to tell the truth? I can't tell you the truth. If you sitting here, I don't know. I don't know how to answer these questions. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what y'all got going on. Like, for real. Like, you asked me about 2015, what somebody said to the investigators. You know how many investigators tried to question me about this?
Yes, and we're going to talk about a few of them. So do you recall your Instagram being Woody372?
I don't recall.
Bless you.
Court's indulgence. Now, Mr. Copeland, did you speak with Detective Thorpe about your concerns that people from If Gang wanted to kill you and Thug?
Yes.
Do you recall why people wanted to kill you and Thug?
Yes.
Okay. Why was that?
Why was what?
Why did people want to kill you and Thug?
Oh. I said it.
Do you recall telling that to Detective Thorpe?
I don't know what I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you heard about a meeting in which an individual named Mo, who was down the road, conducted?
Yes.
And that during the course of that meeting,
I'll sustain the objection.
what do you remember telling Detective Thorpe about your understanding of this meeting with Mo and other members of If Gang?
I don't remember.
Hold on, wait, Mr. Copeland. Basis.
For hearsay, we need to ask about his present testimony.
I'm gonna overrule your objection, okay?
Okay, can I refer this? There's no foundation to give prior statements until he's asked.
I'll sustain that one. I'll sustain that.
What was your understanding of a meeting with Mo back in 2015 regarding you and Thug?
I don't know what I told Detective Thorpe.
Objection on a non-responsive answer.
I'll sustain the objection.
You need to respond.
Mr. Copeland, you have to answer the question, okay? It's not responsive to.
How could I answer the question to something I don't know?
Miss Hilton's gonna. Well, actually, just repeat the question, Miss Weaver.
What was your understanding of the meeting with Mo back in 2015 regarding you and Thug?
I don't know nothing about no meeting. I don't know nothing about no meeting.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about this meeting with Mo and that he was supposed to kill you and Young Thug?
I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe. I'm saying yes to your question because you saying something I said to Detective Thorpe. So I'm saying yes to everything you saying, but I don't know nothing about where I supposed to told Detective Thorpe. So you trying to, I don't know what y'all trying to do. Like,
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you called other people to confirm whether or not this meeting occurred?
I don't know what I told Detective Thorpe. I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe. I told you, I thought that once he questioned me, once I came down there, he said, well, you came, you free to go. I don't remember sitting down talking to him.
So you don't remember the interview at all? Or what you said during the interview?
Your Honor,
You have any-
specificity about what interview.
Did you say that?
Uh,
I'd ask for specificity about what interview.
So what's your objection, sir? I sustain the objection.
We can move on, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am.
Did you have any issues with Nut.
With who?
With Nut.
What you mean?
Did you have any problems with Nut?
I wouldn't hope not.
Do you recall, you say you hope not. Do you recall sitting here today if you had any issues with Nut?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you did not have any issues with Nut? And matter of fact, that you and Nut would see each other and dap each other up?
Yes.
Did you remember telling Detective Thorpe that Nut was somebody that you could talk to?
Don't know nothing about all that.
Okay. Do you remember?
I don't know yes, I said it to him. I don't know.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe about the last conversation that you had with Nut?
I had a conversation with Nut?
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe about a conversation that you had with Nut?
I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that when you saw Nut, he just told you to chill out and you told him.
Hold on. Mr. Steele's objection. Hearsay? I sustain it. Oh, are you repeating where's that coming from, madam?
Your Honor, it's going to be effect on the listener. It's going to be what his response was.
I overrule the objection.
And that you told Nut, I'm just trying to get some money.
Was I supposed to say it to the police?
You told the police.
Yes, I said it.
That was your last conversation with Nut.
I guess, yes. I don't know.
When you say you don't know, what do you mean?
I don't remember what I told any police. I do not remember what I have told them.
And at this point, do you understand that I'm just trying to figure out what it is that you remember and what did you know?
You lost me.
I sustain the question as to the form.
Do you recall being concerned that it was a whole gang after you?
You talking to me?
Yes, sir.
You said it again?
Do you recall in 2015 being concerned that there was a whole gang after you?
You said, did I tell that to the police, or you asked me, was I?
I'm asking you, were you concerned that there was a whole gang?
Not even a little bit.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe, and now these niggas show up at my girl's mama's house, and it's the whole gang. It's the whole clique. You know what I'm saying? They deep. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing that put fear in my heart. Now I have to watch everywhere I go. I have to watch out. It ain't nothing I can do about it. I didn't have nothing to do with this. I didn't kill him. I ain't never kill. I ain't never try to fight him. I ain't never try to rob him. I have never done nothing to Nut. Do you recall telling the police that?
I guess. I don't remember.
Okay. Now, do you know back in 2015 who was beefing with Nut?
How am I supposed to know that?
Do you recall being asked about that in the January 11th, 2015 interview?
I don't remember no. I don't know. I don't know.
So you're saying you don't remember?
Whatever the detective said, I told him. That's what I told him.
I want to go back to the gambling house for a moment. Do you remember at the gambling house whether or not vehicles were shot up at the gambling house?
What gambling house?
The gambling house in Lakewood.
What about it?
Do you remember earlier talking about a shooting at that gambling house?
Was I there?
Do you recall telling detective that you were on this January 11, 2015 interview that you were present at the gambling house when Kel shot up the gambling house?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know if you were there, or you don't know if you told Detective Thorpe?
I don't know. I don't recall nothing about the gambling house.
Do you remember in the January 11, 2015 interview telling Detective Thorpe that he shot everybody's car up, you know what I'm saying? But didn't nobody know it was him, and then he got into it with his girl, and she came back and said it was him?
I guess.
You guess, meaning you don't remember if that's what you told Detective Thorpe?
I don't remember nothing I told the police.
Right. And then, do you recall to tell Detective Thorpe that Thug wanted Kel to pay for his window that got shot up?
Probably so.
Probably. Or do you remember telling the...
Do you have an objection?
Your Honor, it's not...
For your objection, sir. No. What's the basis for your objection? I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir. I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Do you remember if Thug wanted Kel to pay for his window?
Is this what I told the police?
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I don't remember nothing about the gambling house.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that Thug wanted Kel to pay for his window?
I do not remember what I done told the police. I just know.
And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that Thug said you were going to pay for the window?
I guess.
Does I guess mean you remember telling Detective Thorpe, or you don't remember telling Detective Thorpe?
I don't have my whole thing with talking to the Detective Thorpe was to get him out my face.
So did you tell things to Detective Thorpe that was a lie to get him out of your face?
I don't know. That's a trick question.
It's whatever honest question answer that you want to give.
Well, I told the detective whatever came to my head to try to get up out of there.
And was whatever came to your head the truth about what happened or not the truth about what happened?
I don't remember what I told him. So I can't say if it was a truth or a lie. I don't remember what I said to the investigator, but I know I don't recall a lot of these things that you're saying. I don't remember.
Okay. Was Nut in a gang?
I don't know.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that Nut?
I didn't know Nut personally.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that Nut was the big dog, but they big dog, but it ain't they big dog, but he's not over the whole gang, but he's a big dog?
I guess.
I guess meaning
I don't remember.
All right. Did you and Nut ever talk about Kel and your issues with Kel?
I don't think me and Nut would have been talking.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you and Nut have talked about Kel?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know what. No, I guess I don't.
So do you remember?
If Thorpe said I said it, I said it.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that?
No, I don't remember. I told you when Detective Thorpe called me down there and tried to question me, I felt like I walked in and walked right back out. I don't remember sitting down talking to him.
Now, during the course of this interview, do you remember if they came in and swabbed you for gunshot residue?
I don't think so. I just remember. I remember he was laughing like, "Dang man, the guy ain't even dead long, and everybody already saying you did it." I'm like, I don't know why, and I thought he let me go. I don't remember if they did. I don't remember anything further than I showed him my face and he let me go. So I don't know what. I don't remember what took place that day. To say facts.
As the interview progressed, do you recall giving more details about the night of the murder to Detective Thorpe?
I don't understand what you asked.
Let me just ask you this. On the night of the murder, do you remember if Deshaun went to the movies on the night of the murder?
So much going on. I can't. So much was going on. I was all over the place. I don't remember. I can't say what. I can't answer those questions because if I tried to, I'd be lying. I wouldn't. I can't really say.
Okay, I understand. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that Deshaun had went to the movies and at some point you had given her your brother's car to drive?
I probably did.
Now, earlier I asked you about a Camaro following you inside of your apartment complex the night that Nut was killed. You said, do you remember that occurring?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you turned into Carver Homes off of Pryor Road?
I don't know.
And you saw a Camaro and it was flying behind you?
Oh, excuse me. I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe again.
And that when you turned left, the Camaro went straight, and instead of going to the front door, you went around to the gate?
I guess.
Do you remember telling him that, or you don't remember?
If he said I said it, I said it.
Do you remember telling him that?
I don't remember having a conversation with him. I don't remember what I was telling him when he questioned me.
So the gate card was to Deshaun's apartment, and you were clicking it, and you couldn't go, so you went around front.
I guess.
Do you remember telling him that, or you don't remember telling him that?
I don't remember.
And that you had your brother to call the police. Do you remember telling him that?
I had my brother to call the police?
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that?
I wouldn't know why my brother would be calling the police, but I don't remember if I said that to him. But if he said I said, I probably did.
Do you remember or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
And so do you remember telling him that you saw the Camaro fly to the stop sign and it was going so fast that it missed it, but they turned and left behind? And when they turned left, I was in front of them. Do you remember telling him about the red Camaro doing that?
If a red Camaro followed me and I noticed it, I wasn't gonna let it. I don't remember.
Hey, Ms. Hilton, before we posit more questions, I'm having a good authority. We need to take a comfort break. Okay.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, given it's so close to lunchtime hour, how about we just have you come back for 1 o'clock, and then we'll see where the afternoon leads us. Okay. All right. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Before we go ahead and break for lunch, Mr. Short, you can make your motion, and Mr. Matthews, you can make your motion. And I take it that you are making this on the basis of the witness's testimony as to January the 11th of 2015 in regards to the mentioning of your clients. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just for the record, it's my objection and my basis for the mistrial is both constitutional Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, which
You're talking about pre-arrest silence?
well, I was going to get to that. There's the constitutional right to remain silent, but also the statutory Georgia
Constitutional
pre-arrest
privilege? Okay.
well, also the pre-arrest silence statutory. And Your Honor, we believe that those questions brought attention to my client's my client exercising those rights, and it was an inappropriate question, and we moved for a mistrial based on the comment on my client's silence.
All right. Ms. Hilton, do you wish to respond to that, and then I'll move on to Mr. Matthews?
I can, you as an individual, Your Honor?
Yeah. Yeah.
As relates to Mr. Stillwell, at the time that I'm questioning
Mr. Copeland.
Mr. Copeland, at the time of January 11, 2015, at that time, Mr. Stillwell was not a suspect in this case, so would not be commenting on his pre-arrest silence. Additionally, looking at Dinkins v. State.
Repeat that last thing. Is it Dinkins, you said, v. State?
Dinkins v. State, which is 295 Georgia at 289, which is a 2008 case. A prosecutor does not impermissibly comment on pre-arrest silence merely by showing that the accused's demeanor and conduct during and after the crime, but before an agent of the state questions him and before he knows he's being investigated, were inconsistent with a defense such as coercion or justification.
All right.
Well, the jurors don't know when my client became a suspect or not. So,
Right.
I mean, the effect on the jurors, I don't really see how that's relevant.
And cannot further, again, Your Honor, the state's position is we weren't commenting on any of the defendant's silence, but again, to show that Mr. Copeland's demeanor now in court before these individuals versus when he was by himself in a interview room solely with the detective, that his answers are much different. And so that is the state's purpose and reason for talking about who was present with him in the room when he was conducting his initial interviews in 2015.
And Your Honor, just to respond to that argument, what undermines that argument is my client wasn't present yesterday when Mr. Copeland made it clear to the
What do you mean he wasn't? He was in the courtroom here, right?
But no, he wasn't present yesterday in some side room somewhere where several investigators from the DA's office and multiple prosecutors were all in a room talking to Mr. Copeland while he was a sworn witness in this case. And he let the state know that what I said in prior statements were lies. And
you were disclosed those particular
I
statements?
was disclosed those
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay,
last
all right.
night.
Okay.
But
before he testified this morning, correct?
Yeah, last night.
Okay. All right.
And so, but the argument that, oh, he's changing the story because he's in front of Mr. Stillwell. Not only is there no evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever threatened Mr. Copeland or Mr. Copeland is in any way scared of Mr. Stillwell, or any of these other gentlemen, but also the fact that it was disclosed yesterday to the state with none of these gentlemen present undermines their argument that that's the reason for asking that question.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. I'm still going to deny your motion for mistrial. And I'll note that you asked, as I said before, that you posited before the next question was asked. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Matthews, Sr.
Your Honor, as it relates to Mr. Marquavius Huey, our motion for mistrial is based upon the sworn testimony that has already come out from Mr. Copeland on yesterday. Mr. Copeland stated that he had met Mr. Huey in 2021. He had indicated that he had met him in 2015, didn't know him in 2015 or anything of that nature. So it's a bad question that was asked in terms of whether or not Quay was there back in 2015. So that's the first point. He did not know Mr. Huey in 2015. Secondly, Your Honor, that places it's a bad faith question. It places Mr. Huey's character in issue, and there's no basis. There's just no basis for that question to be asked. And because of those reasons, Your Honor, we would respectfully ask this court to grant a mistrial as it relates to Mr. Huey based upon those natures. There's just no good basis for that question to be asked. When the witness had testified on yesterday, not to be repetitive, but he testified yesterday, he didn't know my guy in 2015. So how could he have been there in 2015, or did he show up there at the interview with Detective Thorpe in January of 2015?
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Hilton.
Your Honor, the question was a good faith basis. If you can recall, yesterday the state asked Mr. Copeland if he knew a number of these defendants. And so what the state did in order to perfect what occurred is asked about every single defendant that Mr. Copeland said he viewed in this courtroom, regardless of time, so that the jurors knew that none of these individuals were present with him at the time. Now, if Mr. Matthews wants to argue at closing argument that was the state shouldn't have asked that because Mr. Huey, he didn't know him, then that's a question for argument, but not a question for a mistrial, Your Honor.
Matthews, and I'll also note on your behalf and your client's behalf, Mr. Huey, that you had paused the next question before, made another motion before we paused the next question.
And all right. One more thing just to add to the record, Your Honor. And while I knew that the answer was no, the jury did not. And so we had to pose that question. And there's the one additional thing I want to put on the record after the close of this hearing, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else in regards to mistrial? All right. Ms. Hilton, what else?
Your Honor, as Mr. Shard just disclosed, the state turned over yesterday an email to all defense counsel regarding our interaction with Mr. Copeland on yesterday in the afternoon. I know with him in a room without any of the defendants present. The statement from Mr. Copeland was a sua sponte question to us or response to us as we were talking in the room yesterday, and that is why we immediately disclosed that information to defense counsel. But in addition to what we disclosed yesterday, Your Honor, the state also disclosed on Thursday, June 6th, as well as on Monday, June 10th, some additional information that Mr. Copeland has disclosed to us over the last few days. And so we have a copy of that email. We want to put it in the record, Your Honor. And we're going to mark it 400 Yankee.
All right. Okay. All right, counsels, enjoy your, sorry.
I would like the court to look into the appropriateness. Mr. Copeland, to my observations around your courtroom, outside your courtroom on breaks, is surrounded by several members of law enforcement, the district attorney's office, and prosecutors, potentially other persons. I don't know why a sitting witness under oath is in a room with prosecutors during breaks, mornings, afternoons. It's totally inappropriate. There are people who are in your court's door. There's a double door where the court sits to its right that aligns with the witness chair. And I noticed people standing there in law enforcement while Mr. Copeland is testifying. He's making eye contact with them. I don't know if they're his brother. My point to you is this: what gives anybody the right to surround a witness? He's not in custody. And bring a witness. I'm sure Mr. Copeland didn't say to the prosecutors, I don't know this, Your Honor, so if you think I'm wrong, then just strike it from your memory. but I'm sure he didn't say, hey, you guys want to hang out in this room a little while? So I believe that he is being led on a tether by the prosecutors, and it is coercion. It is inappropriate. And why would anybody not be recording everything he said? And why do I have to get it in drips and drabs? So I am objecting to the tactics of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and whomever else they may have employed with a citizen, regardless of what the court may think of him or the prosecutors think of him.
I don't have any thoughts. So please don't put that in. Please don't put that in in the ether. Okay, but that's what you just said, sir.
Ether is
okay.
Clear. The court wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it either. So why is it happening? He's a.
See, I have no interest other than I'm a referee.
Well, you're the referee who spoke with the witness without my presence.
Mr. Steele, we're not gonna get into that right now.
Well,
okay.
My point is, how is he being treated here? And why don't I have all this? And why is this going on? What an unfair trial for Mr. Williams. Think about it. If you were accused, Your Honor, and the judge met with this witness, with the prosecutor, and you sat next to me and Mr. Adams, you would say to us, what kind of case is this? Now he's being surrounded with all this law enforcement. My point is,
Your Honor, we're going to object that this.
I'm not going to be interrupted.
Mr. Steele, hold on. No, but you're Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele.
Yes, sir. What?
Okay.
I want to finish. I'm making a record for the court to understand.
Well, Mr. Steele.
I've never been interrupted in a court except for this one. You allow.
Well, you know, but the challenges in this point in time is that some of the things that you have said at certain points in time are not appropriate.
It's not true.
Okay, well that's the court's. The court is
wrong.
Well, you know, you have everybody has an opinion, and it can certainly be reviewed at the appropriate time. But finish up so you can go ahead and make your record.
Interrupt anyone about prosecutor or anyone. This is a record. This is important.
Okay, but it's your allegation and assertion, sir. Okay, so. Well, we don't know that. We don't know whether or not they're true.
What's going on? Every time Mr. Copeland comes in the courtroom or out of the courtroom, he's escorted by a DA's office investigator. You see that? This court is observant. You're not just sitting there in a cloud. You see exactly what's going on. You hear the prosecutor tell you, we were in a room with Mr. Copeland and he said these things. Why?
Okay.
Why do I have to bring it up? You should be bringing it up. This is crazy. This is like communist Russia. Mr. Williams is having the worst trial. So I'm moving, again, to stop intimidating the witness by the prosecution, leave people alone, and stop accusing. You've allowed the prosecutor Love to accuse me of misconduct.
Oh, but you've also accused her of hold on. You have accused her of misconduct as well. And remember what I told you about your professional responsibility. Remember what I told you about your. And she's going to take me down as opposed to you. So when I start talking, stop talking, please. Okay? I'll let you complete your record, okay?
I understand the one party talk. I got it.
All right. Okay. All right. So I told you, several times before, I told you and your colleagues, remember your professional responsibility and let's not make this an ad hominem issue. I don't believe that either one of you are trying to do anything that would subvert your ability to practice law. So, but.
Love has intentionally lied to the court numerous cases.
Hold on. Let him finish. See, this is Mr. Steele. This is exactly what I'm saying. You cannot, it is not a good idea to state that your brethren across the bar are lying, okay? In any time or any way.
I don't like doing
Okay, but don't. So don't. But don't because you don't have any proof. If you have proof of it, then if you have proof, there's a mechanism in law and under the rules for you to submit that question to the Office of General Counsel and for an investigation to occur. But please stop, both of you. I told both of you earlier, stop making these ad hominem attacks toward one another. Okay?
Everyone gets attacked. You say nothing.
Well, okay, but I've said something. You're going back to stuff that's happened in the past. So while I'm trying to deal with things that are current. So I told you all most recently, as of about a week or so ago, to stop stop all this. Remember I told you the world's watching you? They are. So please don't from this point on, do not accuse each other of anything. If you want to go ahead and do it, there's a proper way to do it, but don't bring it up in front of me. Okay?
I'm just making a point that this has been going on and it's abusive. That is my point.
That's your assertion, sir, as a lawyer, okay? And maybe your frustration with everything. Like I told you, this trial's gone a long time. There's a lot of wear and tear, but everybody's got to rise above and be a professional advocate. That's what the system demands of you.
I'm not worn or torn. I am here to tell the court that from a objective, casual observer, to see what's going on here is inappropriate.
Okay. At the end of the day, I understand your concern that you have now shared with the court. Okay. All right. State, do you want to respond?
Your Honor, I just ask that the court strike the portions of Mr. Steele's, whatever that was, to the court regarding personal and ad hominem attacks on members of the state's team. Ms. Hilton will address the merits of the initial argument that Mr. Steele made. But as to personal attacks on members of the state's team, we'd ask that assertions that specific people have lied, that is disrespectful, that is unprofessional, and not one time has any such statement been made by any member of this team about anyone else.
Oh, I think, Ms. Love, in the past, you've made some statements.
I have never said anyone lied.
You've made some statements about Mr. Steele and
Your
about,
Honor.
well, just let me finish. I'm not done. All right. And about several others of your colleagues. I mean, and it may have been the heat of discussion and everything else. Like I said earlier, there's enough blame to go around for everybody. All right. So, but can we kind of stop that and draw things kind of forward? I've had 2 or 3 conversations with everyone about their obligations as professional advocates under the rules. Okay. And that while the court certainly agrees that ad hominem attacks they don't make anybody look any good. They really don't. I mean, but I'm just saying I acknowledge that. I acknowledge what's been gone on in the past. So, and I ask that you all reflect upon that because, like I said, you can't say some of the stuff that people say to one another can't be taken back. They just can't. So, and that's just something that the court would just have you reflect upon.
Thank you, Judge.
Sides, okay?
And we just ask again that statements like Ms. Love lied be stricken from the record. Those are personal attacks. There's none been made, at least not this day.
I'm not gonna consider your ad hominem attacks. Either one is. Okay?
Thank you.
Or anybody's. All right? Okay. All right. Madam.
Your Honor, regarding Mr. Steele's assertions of our interactions with Mr. Copeland, we have not treated Mr. Copeland any different than we would treat any of our other witnesses in the state of Georgia. He is our witness. If he wants to be around us, he can. If he chooses not to, he doesn't have to be. The fact that he's saying we are coercing Mr. Copeland to speak is clearly not true, given Mr. Copeland's testimony here today. If we were coercing him to speak, he would answer my questions and I would not have to sit here and go in a back and forth and struggle with him. So clearly we are not being influential on Mr. Copeland, given our interactions with him outside of the courtroom. So again, Your Honor, there's nothing inappropriate about the state's interactions with Mr. Copeland. He is the state's witness. We can't interact. We have not influenced any of his testimony, Your Honor. And so we ask that, I don't know if it was a motion, be denied if that was what was being asked at the court.
All right. I'll include the state's Exhibit 400, the statements of the most recent email that you have disclosed to the defense in this case, for purposes of the record, and I will also, to the extent that I don't think of Mr. Steele, let me just make sure. Did you Are you again moving for mistrial, or did you make them within your statement? Did you ask the court for a mistrial?
Yes, based upon totality of what I said. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to deny that motion, and I will also note for the record that it was that the saying was positive for the next question. Okay. All right, Mr. Matthews, you're eating up your lunch. Okay, so.
I just want to put on the record that based upon my vantage point in the courtroom, I have a unique place where I'm able to see the jury, I'm able to see the witness, and I'm also able to see to the vestibule out here. And on yesterday, I just want to be clear that it's not only observed back here, but I have a unique place, and I observe a very large individual standing outside of that door, those two doors, staring at the witness during his testimony.
I noticed a large individual too. There's plenty of large individuals. They're law enforcement, or we don't know, but
I know it's a law enforcement.
well, who is it? What's their name? Okay, well then we don't know it's law enforcement. But I have the same or better vantage. I have the same or better vantage than you do, and I certainly, think that for reasons that we don't know, that law enforcement stand in that door for security posture, and that's the only reason that they're at that door.
Well, I understand. I'm just putting on the record.
Okay, well, when this is reviewed, and the court's going to look at what the court saw as well. So if you're thinking that there's intimidation or otherwise, I'm telling you, and I'm putting on the record for purposes of the record, that there are many law enforcement that sit in both doors of this courtroom for that reason and that reason only. And unless you can tell me who specifically was standing out there, as you say, and Ms. Steele said, looking at our witness, Mr. Copeland, then I don't see that. Okay? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Briefly, Your Honor, since no one wants to go lunch more than me, I saw the same thing that Mr. Matthews saw yesterday, the large individual.
How did you see him? Your back's to the door.
Are you questioning whether I saw him or not?
I'm asking how you saw it.
I couldn't around and saw him.
Okay.
Because,
All right.
because that we've seen people outside that door for 18 months, Your Honor. This person yesterday was glaring through that glass for at least 10 to 15 minutes that I noticed, boring a hole into the witness. So I just want to add that is what I saw. I don't know his name. I don't know if it was law enforcement. I believe it was. I've not seen any other individual with law enforcement do that to that witness or any other witness during the course of the trial.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this, just so that the record is clear, could they give more detail? Because there's no member of the state that fits that.
Yeah, I don't need. He was
no
a
idea
gentleman
what
yesterday dressed in black or dark clothing. That's what I saw.
Also, yes, Your Honor, and I don't know. We don't know who they're talking about, what they're talking about. Literally, no idea. So the idea, this insertion into the record of the insinuation that someone is intimidating anyone.
I'll also ask Captain Kendall to ensure that only law enforcement are allowed back there in the vestibule, so that that if there's any issue with anybody looking in the courtroom, that is removed. So, all right.
Thank you.
All right.
This is an easy one. And I don't know whether this is something that the court can give an instruction in regards to. I want the folks to just take notice of it. We've had some discussions before about the configuration of the courtroom. There's a lot of folks in here. We've got jurors who are sitting right there on the front row who are closer than they would normally be to the parties in this case. I've noticed over the course of the last number of weeks and months, quite frankly, and I'd like the court to either remind the state, or maybe because it could be inadvertent, but maybe they can take note themselves of the fact that sometimes their facial expressions, their reactions, their statements to each other, their conversations to each other are done so close in the presence of the jury that it can't help but impact the jury. There was one time last week where Ms. Hilton was attempting to introduce a document, and there was some frustration because there's an objection, and Ms. Love reaches over and says, and I could hear it from over there, just show them the original. Just show them the original. And you know, those type of conversations and you know, when someone's upset with a ruling and roll their eyes or makes a facial expression or throws up their hands in front of the jury, 2 or 3 feet away from the jury, can't help but impact the jury. And so if the court needs to just remind the parties that we've got a jury that can be impacted and they need to be a little bit more circumspect, they can do that. Or perhaps my colleagues across the aisle can take note of that themselves and act accordingly.
All right, sir. Yeah, there's not a lot of room, and I wish you'd have brought this up earlier, but I certainly agree with that. I'd advise all counsel to just be mindful of their reactions as the jurors watch everything, okay? All right. Mr. Short, did you have anything else? I know that.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see y'all back about 1 o'clock. Okay. All right. We're in recess. Deputy Ham, can we summon Mr. Copeland, please? All right, summon our jurors, please, sir.
All rise for the jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Sir, all jurors present? Okay, thank you. All right. Ms. Hilton, we're going to continue with your examination, please.
Good afternoon, Ms. Copeland. All right. So when we left off, we were talking about your January 11th interview. Do you remember during your January 11th interview speaking with Detective Thorpe regarding several individuals that you texted about you and Kel, about your relation, about the fights that you were having with you and Kel?
You say that again?
Sure. Do you recall during your interview telling Detective Thorpe about text messages that you sent, and I apologize, excuse me, about text messages that you sent regarding this thought that Mo was trying to kill you and Thug?
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember the substance of what those texts were?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you texted one telling them, bro, it ain't no beef. I ain't stunting y'all niggas?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you said, did I text it?
Yes.
I do not remember nothing I said to Detective Thorpe.
So is your answer that you don't remember telling him about this text?
I don't remember Nothing I said to him about any, I really don't.
Okay. And that you also texted that there's a guy down the road, Mo, he's supposed to kill me and Thug, so that you had 10 minutes on your phone, and that you texted someone and asked, y'all going to kill me and Thug? And you put a laughing like ha 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 emoji.
Basis. Okay, so foundation. Okay, foundation. I'll stand as the foundation. Why don't you lay on the foundation?
Do you recall sending these text messages back in January of 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about these text messages?
I don't recall nothing I said to Detective Thorpe.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you received a response back from that text message?
I don't recall any conversation with Detective Thorpe.
I understand you can slow it down, but I'm going to keep asking you these questions. So, do you recall texting or telling Detective Thorpe that so another guy called you and said that those people were just lying?
I don't recall.
All right. And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that they didn't believe you when you told them that there was really no more beef between you and Kel?
I don't recall.
All right. And do you recall to telling Detective Thorpe that you asked them, or you told them that it's not about you, you want to know what they had against you and what have you done to them? You never took any of their girlfriend. You never did nothing to him, and you were referencing Kel.
That was it? I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you asked, why does he hate me?
Why? Who hate me?
Why does Kel hate you?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Can you explain to me what I don't recall mean? Don't it mean I don't remember, right?
Do you remember any of this?
No. I'm just trying to make sure I'm saying the right thing. I don't remember this stuff.
On the night that Donovan Thomas drove, earlier you said that you kind of drove around. Do you remember saying that earlier today?
I said it?
Yes.
What you mean? I drove around.
The night that Donovan Thomas got murdered, after you learned that people thought it was you, you were just kind of driving around. Do you remember that?
I said I blinked out.
Okay. Do you remember driving around at all?
I remember being at a lot of different places.
Okay. Do you remember any of the places that you went to?
I remember people staring at me like they. I just remember how people were staring at me.
Okay. Do you remember in the same January 11th, 2015 interview, the town Detective Thorpe, that first you went towards Hateville, then you got off the expressway right by the Chick-fil-A?
I don't recall what I told Detective Thorpe.
Okay. Do you recall to telling Detective Thorpe that you went over to Thug's house to see what was going on?
I stand the objection.
Do you remember going to Thug's house that day?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thug that you went down to Thug's house to see what was going on?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if you talked to Thug that evening after you learned that people thought that you killed Nut?
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Do you recall speaking to Thug on the night that Nut was killed?
Nah, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you spoke to Thug while at his home?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you spoke with Thug while at his house?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you told Thug that them folks then came and shot Deshaun's mama house?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that his answer was, for real?
That's it?
Yep.
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall you telling Thug what I'm supposed to do, bro?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall you telling Detective Thorpe that he said, man, just stay out of the way and let 12 handle that?
I don't recall.
And that's all he kept saying, 12 going to deal with that.
I don't. This what I supposed to say to Thorpe?
Do you recall saying?
I'm saying this conversation with Thorpe?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Okay. And then do you recall saying to Thug, like, man, bro, you just saying stay out of the way and deal with that, bro. But these folks, and you also said that Thug know them better than you do.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Do you recall telling that to Detective Thorpe?
No, you gotta say it to me again.
Sure. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you said, like, man, bro, you talking about just stay out the way and let the police handle it and deal with that, bro? Man, fuck that. He knows them better than I do.
This supposed to be what I supposed to, this me talking?
Yes.
No, I don't recall that.
Now, earlier I asked you if you remember that if Deshaun went to the movies. Did you tell me that you do not recall if Deshaun went to the movies that night?
I never even heard of whoever you mentioned it.
Deshaun, your girlfriend at the time.
I never dated no girl named that.
You never dated a girl named Deshaun?
Never dated a girl named Deshaun.
Daisha?
My baby mama name's Deshaun.
Okay, so it's Deshaun, not Deshaun.
I think that's what I just said.
Okay. Do you recall if Deshaun went to the movies? I don't know. I don't know if she went. I can't remember if she made it out. Time, everything was going so fast. I can't remember if she went to the movies or not. Do you recall in that same January 11th interview telling Detective Thorpe that Deshaun went to the movies and that you gave her the car so she can go to the movies?
I don't recall.
And that it was about 9 o'clock.
I don't recall.
Do you remember picking Deshaun up and her friends up from Greenbrier Mall?
I do.
Okay. What do you remember about that?
I had found out they shot her mama house up. And she called me, told me that her mama house been shot up. And I was pissed off. So I asked her to park the car, and I was coming to get her.
Why did you want her to park the car at Greenbrier Mall?
Because if anybody would did anything to that car while she was in there, nobody gonna get no rest.
And that's fair. Is there a police precinct at...
I'll stand there. I'll stand the question.
Is there a police precinct at Greenbrier Mall?
I don't know.
Did you want her to park at Greenbrier Mall because of...
Oh, yeah, it is.
And did you want her to park at Greenbrier Mall because of the police station being there?
No, it's an area that... I don't know if it was me who told her or she came up with it. I just told her to park, get out the car. I was coming to get her.
When you went to go get her, who were you with?
If I'm not mistaken, I think I was probably with Munchen. I was with different people that night.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you were with Moonsung, his girl, and his baby?
I don't recall what I told Detective Thorpe.
Do you recall being taken over to Greenbrier with Moonsung, his girl, and his baby?
I know I was with Moonsung at a certain time that night. I can't remember if it was him. I can't say for a fact if it was me and him who went to get her, but I know I went and got her.
Now, Mr. Copeland, after January 11th, 2015, and in the weeks after Mr. Thomas was killed, did you stay in the Atlanta area?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Did you stay in Atlanta?
Still do.
Okay. Did you ever go anywhere after Mr. Thomas was killed?
I went right back to Carver home.
Did you ever go to Miami?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you go to Miami with?
My baby mom and my daughter.
And did anyone pay for your trip to Miami?
We drove.
Where did you stay when you got to Miami?
I think a hotel.
Did you pay for that hotel?
No.
Who paid for the hotel?
I don't get what you asking. You said who paid for the hotel?
Yes, you said you did not pay for it.
Yeah, I didn't pay for it.
So who paid for it?
I guess Young Thug. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say who paid for it.
Did Young Thug offer to pay for the hotel in Miami for you?
No.
So why are you assuming that Young Thug paid for it?
Because that's what I saw when I went to Miami.
So did you go visit Young Thug in Miami?
No. Everybody was screaming my name. A lot of stuff was going on. Homicide Detective Thorpe. It was after me. And, you know what I mean? My probation officer, I remember talking to her about it because I had to go see her after I left from being questioned from that. And then I was told I need to lay low. And I asked for permission to leave, and she gave me permission to leave.
Okay. So my question is, how did you determine that Young Thug paid for your hotel?
Because I asked him, could he help me? You know what I mean? Because everybody's saying my name. And he just like, I get back with you. And I don't know, you asked me to be honest, I can't say if he paid for something if I didn't see him pay for it or didn't. If he paid for it, I would say he did if I know he did it.
Okay. How long did you spend in Miami?
I don't know. I can't say how long.
Was there anyone else in Miami besides you, your daughter, and Deshaun?
Yeah, there's a lot of people in Miami.
People that you know?
Yes.
Who?
His family.
Whose family?
Young Thug.
Who in his family was in Miami with you?
I don't know his family.
Who's the family that you remember?
His sisters.
Which ones?
Dolly.
Okay. Who else?
I don't know the rest of their name.
All right. What other family members was in Miami?
His sisters.
So was that it? Just Young Thug and his sisters?
Well, I don't know. I don't know who his people is like that. I just know Dolly, and I heard her say this my sister.
Okay. Outside of Dolly and Thug, was there anyone else that you know in Miami when you were down there?
What you mean? Be more specific.
Sure. Besides Dolly and Thug, was there anybody else from Atlanta that you know in Miami while you were there?
I don't know how to answer it. Like, I don't know what to say.
What don't you know how to answer?
You asked me who down there. I just said it.
Was there anybody else besides Dolly and Thug down there?
There's a lot of people down there, but I can't say. I don't remember who I was down there. If there's better answer.
Was Shannon in Miami?
I think they was.
You said they. I asked about Shannon. Was Shannon in Miami?
Yeah, but now that you said that, I think all them was down there too. Shannon and them. Shannon Liddy.
Okay. Little D from Cleveland or Little D your son?
He not my son.
I know he's not your son, but that's what you said.
Say he's like my son.
Which Little D are we talking about?
The one that's like my son.
Okay. Was Little D from Cleveland down there too?
I can't remember if he was or wasn't.
Was Yet down there?
Yeah, I think so. I believe so.
Was Montauk down there?
I don't think so. I can't remember if he was down there. I don't remember. I can't remember if Montauk was down there.
Okay. Was someone named Doo-Wop down there?
Who?
Doo-Wop.
How? I don't know who that is.
Was OG Bentley down there?
Who?
OG Bentley.
I can't recall.
Do you remember how long were you in Miami?
I think I just told you I don't know. I don't remember. It was more than a day, if that's what you asked.
Do you remember if you had an interview on January 11th, what day or how many days passed? Do you remember if the interview was on January 11th? How soon after that interview did you leave? How soon after that interview did you leave to go to Miami?
I know I had to report my probation, so I don't know if it was a couple days later. I don't know.
When you came back from Miami, let me ask you, did you eventually come back to Atlanta from Miami?
I most definitely did.
Okay. When you came back from Miami, did anything occur on I-75/85? Did you get shot at while driving a vehicle on the highway?
I was already back when that happened.
Right. So that's what I'm asking. When you got back from Miami to Atlanta, did you get shot at on the highway?
Yeah.
Okay. And once you got shot at on the highway, did you go in and speak with investigators about that shooting?
No, I told my brother to report the car was damaged.
Do you recall going into the Atlanta Police Department on January 28th, 2015 to talk about the shooting on the highway?
You gotta be more clear.
Sure. Did you go and speak with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in January of 2015?
Can you say that one more time?
Sure. Did you speak with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in January of 2015?
I can't recall.
You said you do not recall if you went and met with Detective Thorpe and Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither?
So much was happening. Like, you gotta be more clear with it.
Do you you remember ever speaking to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in 2015?
Yeah.
How many times do you think you spoke with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis?
I know one time they were following me.
Let me ask you, was the first time you spoke to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis after you spoke with Investigator Thorpe?
You gotta explain to me. When so much stuff was happening, and I remember for certain things that were taking place, and the police was coming after me. So you gotta explain to me when they came after me, or what made them call me or whatever. I don't know dates.
Do you remember going to speak with the detectives after being shot at on the highway?
I told you I had my brother to report the car. I didn't talk. My brother reported the car. I never told him. He reported the car. I wasn't in the car.
I understand. I'm asking you a different question. I'm asking a different question. Did you go to the Atlanta Police Department and speak with police even after your brother reported it to the police? Did you go?
So you saying that I just went in the police? You asked me, did I just go in the police and precinct and just talk to them about being shot at? That's what you're asking me.
Do you remember going down to speak with the police after being shot at?
I remember being accused of shooting somebody's house up, and the investigators calling me. Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
You may, as long as you show that to the defense counsel.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 378 Yankee Bravo 1. Do you recognize yourself in that picture? And do you recognize the two detectives inside that picture?
Yes.
Do you recognize it to be Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis?
Yes.
You're at this time, the same like the 10 to 6 is going to be 378 Yankee Bravo 1. It's evidence.
Any objection to states 378 Yankee Bravo 1? All right. Hearing no further objection, it's admitted, maybe published as you see fit.
Mr. Coleman, are you able to read what the dates?
Hold on. One second.
I object to the caption on the wording at the top. That wasn't part of what I was showing. I don't believe that's wrong. Never mind.
You have an independent objection to. Can I see it, please? All right, it's withdrawn. Go ahead.
Mr. Coleman, are you able to see the dates of that interview at the top?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, what is the date of that interview?
It's January 28th.
And is that 2015?
That's what it say.
Okay. And is that you on the My Right hand of this person sitting across from Investigator Dennis and Investigator Gates?
Yes.
And again, are you the only person sitting in that interview room when outside of Investigator Gaither and outside of Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis?
Unless you don't count the ghosts that's in there with me.
Okay. Now, what do you remember about the shooting on the highway? Tell the jury, what, if anything, do you remember about the shooting on the highway?
What you mean?
Were you shot while driving on the highway?
I never been shot.
Was your car and your vehicle shot at while driving on the highway?
Right.
Okay. Tell the jury, what do you remember about you being in a car, driven on the highway, and being shot at in 2015?
Well, I'm driving and I heard some piping, pop, pop, pop. But I ain't think nothing of it.
Do you remember where on the highway you were when you heard the pop, pop, pop?
No, I was on the expressway riding.
Which expressway?
The expressway in Atlanta.
Which one?
The one in Atlanta.
You got 20, 75, 85?
I don't know the expressways. I don't know the name of the highways.
Do you remember what street you were near?
I was closer toward downtown.
Okay. Were you near University Avenue exit on the highway?
I was closer towards I was closer towards Pryor Road.
Okay. Do you know that near Pryor Road is I-75 and I-85 near Pryor Road?
I don't know the expressways.
All right.
I just know directions.
So once you heard the pop, 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 do you remember what happened next?
Yeah, I turned the radio down to see was I tripping.
Okay. And once you turned the radio down to see if you were tripping, what do you remember happening next?
Bullets hit my car.
Was there anyone else in the car with you?
Yeah.
Who?
Me and Ladie.
Anyone else?
Oh, I'm tripping. Me, Ladie, and Shannon.
And once you heard the pop, 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 and you turned your music down, what happened? What do you remember happening after that?
I got pissed off.
Okay. And what did you do after you got pissed off?
Stopped the car and got out.
Okay. And once you stopped the car and got out, what, if anything, did you do?
Say what?
Once you stopped the car and got out, what did you do?
Nothing. I went home.
How far was home from where the shooting happened?
5 minutes walking.
And is home, are you referencing Carver Homes?
Yes.
All right. You said that you went home. Do you know where Shannon went?
I said I went home.
Okay. But Shannon and Little D were in the car with you, right?
Yeah, I went home. So.
Did they go home with you?
Yeah, they went home with me, but they left. They went wherever they went.
Okay. Do you remember where you were coming from when the shooting occurred?
I think a party or something. I think a party.
Do you remember what type?
A club or something.
At this point, do you remember if the shooting happened during the day or at night? Do you recall?
I think it was about to get dark. I don't know.
Now, do you recall if the party you was at was a pool party?
I stand the objection.
Were you at a pool party?
I can't be specific where I was coming from.
Do you know a girl by the name of Bushi? Or Busha?
Yeah.
How do you know Bushi?
I grew up knowing her. We went to school together.
What school did y'all go to together?
I think King or Southside, one of them. I don't know.
And is King an elementary, middle, or high school?
It depends on what you're talking about.
What grade were you at when you went to King?
I was in when I went to was middle school.
And then South Side, is that a high school or middle school?
It was a high school.
Now, besides Bushi, you and Bushi going to school together, did she ever date any of your friends?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, got it.
All right. And was she dating him in 2015?
That's him.
I'm asking you.
I don't know if they were dating at the time.
Do you remember in this January 28th, 2015 interview talking about Bushi at this party that you went to before your car was being shot at?
I don't recall.
Do you recall in this January 28th, 2015?
Sure. Madam, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe my last question was, Do you recall her being at this party that you were at prior to the shooting on the highway with the car?
I can't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that she was present at the pool party that occurred prior to the shooting on the highway?
I don't know, I guess.
Do you remember? Do you not remember?
I don't recall.
Did you know if Bushi had a relationship or friendship with Nut and Nut's family?
I don't know.
Do you recall telling police that she knew both families, that she was putting up posters like it was her family? Putting up posters of Nut.
I don't recall.
Were you concerned about Bushi being on the phone at the pool party prior to you leaving the pool party? I can approach about why it's relevant. It'll be a speaking objection.
All right, come on up.
My last question was, did you see Bushi on the phone at the pool party? Do you remember seeing her on the phone at the pool party?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither that you did see her on the phone at the pool party?
I don't recall.
Do you remember who was with you at the pool party?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that Shannon was with you at the pool party?
I don't recall.
Now, on the shooting on the highway, do you recall how many cars were shooting at your car?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that it was 2 cars shooting at you, or excuse me, 2 cars with you on the highway? Is your car and another car?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Boo was in a car?
I don't recall.
When you heard the pow, pow, pow in the vehicle, what did you do?
Thought I was tripping.
Did you duck down in the car?
No, I turned the radio down to make sure I wasn't tripping.
After you turned the radio down and made sure you wasn't tripping, did you do anything with your body?
Did I do anything with my body?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you ducked down in the vehicle?
I guess. I don't recall.
Okay. Were you able to drive the car after the shooting?
Yeah, I didn't leave it.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that the car stopped working? You tried to hit the gas and it stopped working.
I don't recall.
Do you recall if anyone told you to try to keep going even though the car was stopped?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, God bless you, Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that he was telling me to go, 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 and I'm like, I can't because the car don't work?
I think the car did stop working for a second. I think the car did stop working.
Do you recall anyone trying to tell you to go even though the car has stopped working?
I don't recall.
All right. After the car stopped working, do you recall hearing any more shots?
Not because I got out the car.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you heard more shots going pow, pow, pow? You ducked down, but there was some others behind you.
I don't recall, I guess.
Do you not recall?
Don't say I think that's what happened. I think I don't remember if I got out of the car, and I think another car did start shooting. If I'm not tripping.
Do you remember the 2 types of cars that was out there shooting at you all?
No, I don't. I thought the people that was with me, I don't remember.
Okay, what were you about to say? You thought the people who was with you, what?
I don't remember.
Do you remember one of the cars being a gray Impala with tinted windows?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that there was, when you looked up, you saw a car, a gray Impala with tinted windows?
I don't recall.
Do you recall hearing even more shots after those first 2 set of shots?
Huh?
Do you recall hearing more shots even after the first 2 set of shots that were fired?
I don't get what you're asking.
Did you hear any more shots while you were being shot at on the highway?
I think I told you what I heard.
Why didn't you call the police? Why didn't you call the police?
Gotta get my lid back.
You want to get your lick back?
I don't know why I didn't call the police.
Okay, well, what did you just say? You want to get your lick back?
I stay in that question.
Was your brother in the car with you when it was getting shot at?
No,
So why did you have your brother call the police and not you?
because it was his car.
But did the shooting happen to you?
The shooting happened to the car.
Okay, while you were in it?
The car was shot, not me.
While you were in the car was shot?
The car was shot, not me.
I understand. While you were in the car.
I stay in the objection.
So, because the car was shot while you were in it, why didn't you call the police?
Because it wasn't my car. I didn't have license. It wasn't my car.
Okay. So did you not call because you didn't have a license?
I stay in the objection.
Now, during this interview, did you ever tell Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis about the beef between you and Kel,
Probably so.
What do you recall telling her about the beef between you and Kel?
Probably whatever I could have convinced them to make them believe.
Make them believe what?
Me.
And so were you telling them the truth?
It depends on who listening.
It was Gaither and Dennis.
I don't know. What you saying?
I asked you, did you tell them the truth? Your response was, it depends on who's listening.
I stay in the question.
Did you want to tell the truth to Dennis and Gaither?
I got a very difficult time telling the truth to investigators if I feel they are after me.
Okay, so I'm asking you, in this January interview, did you tell them the truth about the beef that was happening between you and Cal?
I don't know what I don't told them. That's why I'm trying to be careful what I say right now.
During that interview, did you tell them about going to Club Crucial every Monday?
Probably so.
Did you tell them that even when you went to Crucial, you never fought with Kel except for one time?
Me and him never fought. I told you he put his hand on me.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Gaither, fuck yeah, but we never fought? We never fought, not one time. Did you tell them?
I'm overrule the objection, sir.
Did you tell that to Detective Gaither?
If that's what it said.
Do you recall telling that to Detective Gaither?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, in reference to Kel, fuck yeah, but we never fought, not one time?
Why I say fuck yeah for?
I don't know.
I'm trying to hear what you said before that.
I'm asking you about that particular line. Do you recall, yes or no, Mr. Copeland? If
I
you
don't
said-
recall.
All right.
All right, before you pose the next question, I have a request to take a comfort break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take 10 minutes, and we'll see where afternoon leads us at that point. All right, we're in recess. All rise. Ladies and gentlemen, our jury's left us. We'll be recessed 10 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Deputy Hudson, all jurors present?
All jurors present.
All right, Ms. Hilton, madam, you may continue.
So I believe I left off talking about the beef with you and Kel. Do you recall telling detectives that initially it was just about y'all throwing money and you throw money on them and they throwing money back on you? That's what the beef initially was all about.
Yes.
Do you also recall Kel being upset that you hung with Boo?
Yes.
Okay. Why was he upset that you hung with Boo?
I didn't ask him.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that he was upset because he believed that Boo snitched on Mo?
Yes.
Yes, you recall telling Gaither that?
I sustain the objection.
Do you recall independently Kel being upset with you because you hung out with Boo? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall saying to Kel, whatever Boo did has nothing to do with me?
Yes.
Now, do you recall in this January 28th interview speaking with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about this conversation between Thug and Kel at the Cascade skating rink in more detail?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Do you remember in the January 28th interview talking to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about the conversation that Kel and Thug had at the Cascade skating rink?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember telling Detective Gaither about that phone call?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither in this January 28th interview?
Sir.
It's a prior and consistent statement.
I'll rule the objection. Overrule, sir. Okay. You may answer the question, sir.
Do you recall? I'll ask the question again. Do you recall Thug and Kel speaking while at the Cascade skating rink in 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither about that phone call?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember telling Detective Gaither about that phone call?
My word for word?
Whatever you remember.
Oh, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember first telling Detective Gaither that you and Kel had said that the beef was over? You told Detective Gaither that.
Yes.
All right. Do you recall, again, telling Detective Gaither in this interview that Kel asked you to call Thug?
Yes.
Do you recall what Thug said in 2015 to Kel?
Yes.
Yes, you remember what Thug said?
I don't recall what was said. I don't remember what was said.
Okay.
I don't remember me talking to the investigators about it.
All right. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that when Kel got on the phone, that Thug said the beef ain't over with until you pay for my window? You shot my window.
Yes.
Yes, you remember telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't remember what I done told the police.
Let me ask you this. Are you just saying yes now to speed up your questioning?
Most definitely.
Okay. Now, do you recall independently that after Thug told Kel, beef ain't over with until you pay for my window, you shot my window, that you told Kel what you told Kel?
Yes.
What do you remember telling Kel?
Yes.
So you told Kel, yes?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Kel, look, what y'all got going on, this has nothing to do with me?
Yes.
Do you recall also that you told Thug that your beef with Kel is over with?
Yes.
Do you recall what Thug said to you after you said that?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
What did who say to me?
What did Thug say to you?
When?
While he was on FaceTime at the Cascade skating ring.
Who was on FaceTime at the Cascade game ring?
Do you remember testifying earlier that you told Detective Thorpe in January 11th that Kel and Thug...
I don't remember what I told the investigator, Detective Thorpe or whatever.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither in this January 28th interview that Thug said, nigga, I don't care about none of it. Look what y'all got going on. You still shot at me. Just pay for my window. You gonna pay for my window. Hey man, I ain't letting that go.
Yes.
Yes, you remember Thug saying that?
Thug said it?
You said yes, so I'm asking you, what do you remember?
Cause I keep telling you, I don't remember. You keep asking me questions, so I'm just saying yes.
Okay, so are you saying yes, that's what you told Detective Gaither?
I know I ain't complete school, but I think I'm speaking proper English. I told you, I don't recall nothing I said to no polices. You keep sitting right here asking me the same question over and over and over and over and over. I'm tired of it. I'm drained.
Okay. Well, if you would just answer the questions properly.
I am answering the question. You asked me, I said yes, yes. When I say yes, you ask me the same question over and over and over and over and over.
But did you just tell the court or this jury that you're saying yes just to move the process along?
I think I said it loud and clear.
So again, will you just answer the questions and we can move the process along?
You keep asking, okay, yes.
What are you answering yes to?
Your question.
Are you lying when you say yes?
Huh?
Are you lying when you say yes?
Am I lying about what?
Any question that I've asked you so far?
Oral, sir.
I can't be lying because I told you up front that I don't recall.
During the January 28th interview, let me ask you this. Do you remember back in 2015, after Thug and Kel got off the phone, did you speak with Kel any more about that conversation that he had with Thug?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that Kel asked for you to call Nut so that y'all could talk about what his conversation was with Thug?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether or not you just told Kel to just pay for the window?
I don't recall having a conversation with Kel. Me and him would never have a conversation together.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, so you hung up the phone and me and Kel started talking like, man, bro, it's over, bro. Just pay for the window.
I don't talk like that.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that Kel's response was, I pay for a window, that nigga tried.
Say that again.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that Kel's response to you was, I pay for a window, that nigga tried me?
I said that. I'm trying to understand who said what.
I'm asking you, do you recall telling Detective Gaither?
Overruled, sir.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't recall.
All right. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that she said, you told Kel you got a problem with Thug, you don't have a problem with me?
You asking me what now?
I'm asking you, do you remember telling Detective Gaither that in response to what Kel said, you said to Kel, you got a problem with Thug, you don't have a problem with me?
So why am I talking to Kel if that was true? I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Thank you. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither also about the night at Club Crucial when Kel hit you in the back of the head?
I probably did.
Do you recall going in more detail with Detective Gaither about what happened that Monday that Kel punched you in the back of the head?
You say that again?
Sure. Do you remember going in more detail with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about that Monday night at Crucial?
I don't know. I don't know to recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither about the type of money that you had? You had a whole bunch of hundreds and a whole bunch of 20s.
Probably so.
Do you remember saying that, or you don't remember?
I don't remember. I don't remember when they was questioning me. Whatever I said, I don't recall what I said. It was just I can't repeat what I said because I just said what I said.
And what you told them, was that the truth about what happened that Monday at Club Crucial?
I told them whatever I said to them is what I told them. So when they asked me questions, whatever I thought I wanted to say, that's what I said.
Was it the truth, or were you just making stuff up?
I don't recall what I was telling them, so I can't answer that.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither in a little more detail that you walked up and you tried to dap up Kel, but he did not grab your hand?
I'm not walking up, down nobody up.
Do you remember saying to Detective Gaither, so they walked up, like, is it good, bro? I'm like, yeah, all good. I reached out the other hand, but he didn't grab my hand.
I don't recall saying it.
Okay. Do you recall seeing an individual named Pokey at Club Crucial on this same night where Kel punched you in the back of the head?
Okay, let me make myself clear, right? Because you keep asking me about things I done told investigators in the past. From, I can't say from when to when, but so much was going on. My name was on everything. The police kept coming to grab me. Every time they grabbed me, I had a different story for them. I know 100% facts, and I'm telling you now, I was not truthful. I was saying whatever they wanted me to say. I was saying whatever I could come up with. I was trying my best to convince them that I didn't do nothing, that I'm an innocent person, and that people put their hands on me. When they ask me about any of these things, you sitting here keep asking me step by step by step by step. And I'm telling you now, because you asked me, was I being truthful? Okay. I know I wasn't being truthful.
So is your testimony today that you lied in every interview that you did in 2015?
See, you the way you asking that, I don't recall what I was saying in the interviews, but I'm telling you now, when they was questioning me, 2015, 14, whenever they was questioning me, I was lying. I was making up stories. So when they were asking me about this right here, I was making it up. When they were asking me about this right here, I was making it up. And when they was getting me and they would let me go, I'm just telling you.
Do you recall telling every detective?
Every time they got me, I have told the police, I tell y'all whatever y'all want to hear, just let me go.
Do you recall telling every detective in every interview, you got to believe me, I'm telling y'all the truth? Okay.
That sound like me.
Do you recall telling every detective in every interview that you can go fact check what I'm telling you?
Say that again?
Sure. Do you recall telling every detective in every interview that you had in 2015, you can go check what I'm saying so you can believe me?
Probably. I don't know if I said it or I ain't said it.
In some of those interviews, were you in custody? Were you arrested in some of those interviews?
I think so.
Okay. Do you recall telling detectives in those interviews that you're just trying to get out of jail, so I'm going to tell you all what happened so you can check it and I can get out of jail?
Yeah, I told the investigators that I remember, I think, in one of the interviews, they was locking me up and my child's birthday was coming up. And when they got me, I said, listen, man, whatever y'all want me to say, I would tell you right now. Just tell me what to say and I would say it. Tell me what y'all want to know and I would tell you. So if they would have asked me about President Trump, I would have had a story about Trump. If they would ask me about you, I would have had a story about you. Whatever to convince them that I ain't do nothing, it wasn't me. That's what my intention was. So you're asking me about interviews and I keep telling you, you keep asking me step by 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 step. This is what I did. When they got me on this day and I was going to jail, I try to come up with something to tell them. That's why I can't tell you what I said. I was making it up.
What benefit would it be for you to lie to the police if you were trying not to be in trouble?
I was hoping to convince them so they could let me go.
So why would you lie to convince them?
What you mean? Why would I lie to convince them?
Right. Why would you lie to convince them if you wanted to not go to jail?
Why would I lie to convince them to not go to jail?
Right.
But they don't know that I'm lying.
Well, they didn't let you go immediately, did they?
Sometimes they let me go.
Right. But
so when the time they let me go, I thought I was smarter than them.
Did the detective say that they had to fact check what you said before they let you go?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Did the detectives tell you that they had to fact check what you were telling them?
And you know, in certain situations.
Right. And so what benefit would it be to lie if they told you that they had to fact check it?
Oh, it wasn't no benefit because what they did was they picked and choose what they wanted to take from me, and they still left me in jail, so they came back and beat me in the butt.
Okay. So going back to my question from January 28th, 2015, did you see Pokey at the club?
You want me to be honest with you? I think I just did. I just told you the God honest truth of what I did from January from 2014 until 2021. Every time they got me, they already know me. They already know I got a whole bunch of bullshit to say.
I'm going to ask you to refrain from cursing.
Oh, sorry, everybody. No disrespect. I'm sorry about that. But.
Overruled, sir. Overruled, sir.
What harm would have come from telling the truth about you and your friends?
Can you explain it?
Sure. What harm, why would you need to lie if you were just trying to tell them about what you and your friends were doing?
I sustain the objection.
Going back to the January 28th interview, understanding that you said you lied, did you tell Detective Gaither that you saw Pokey in Club Crucial on the Monday night where Kel knocked you in the back of the head?
I don't recall what I said.
Do you know who Pokey is?
Yes, I do.
Who is Pokey?
A friend.
Of who?
Me.
Okay. Is Pokey related to anyone?
What you mean?
Is Pokey related to Thug?
Is he related to Doug?
Yes, sir.
He might be.
Have you previously told police that Pokey is Thug's nephew?
Well, if I did, then I guess he is.
Okay. Since you're saying that everything is a lie in all of these interviews, in January 28th, did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Guinness on the same Monday at Crucial that you walked to the kitchen and everyone was looking back and everybody was walking behind you?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Did you tell Detective Gaither on that did you tell Detective Gaither in that January 28th interview that while you were at Club Crucial that you walked towards the kitchen, you looked back and you saw everybody walking behind you?
I don't recall what I told investigator, detective, whichever one.
Okay. Did you also tell Detective Gaither in that interview that you put your hand in your pocket, you turned around, and you and Kel were face to face?
I don't recall what I told the investigator.
Did you also tell Detective Gaither in that same interview?
Sir. I'll sustain the objection. You can rephrase that.
Did Kel walk behind you and bust you and hit you in the back of the head, grab you and throw you down?
I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
Did that occur, yes or no?
Can you say that again?
Sure. On that Monday night in Club Crucial, did Kel walk behind you, punch you in the back of the head, grab you and throw you down?
No, he walked up to me.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that soon he punched me in the back of the head, grabbed me and threw me down?
No, he walked up to me and hit me in the face.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither what I just asked you?
I don't recall what I told Detective Gaither.
Okay. When he threw you down, do you remember what happened?
I never hit the ground.
What's the basis for your objection, sir? I'll sustain the question.
What happened after he threw you down?
I never touched the ground.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Gaither in the January 28th interview when he threw me down, he had his hands on me and he started pulling at your zipper?
I don't recall what I told the investigator. But after he hit me in the face, I ducked my head and went through the crowd of them.
At any time, do you remember him grabbing your pockets?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that he grabbed your pocket and he was trying to get in?
Nobody never took that from me.
Okay. I know earlier you said your head swelled up. Do you recall any other part of your body swelling up?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, another person hit me and say, boom, my eyes swole up?
I don't recall saying that to them, but somebody else did hit me.
Okay. Do you remember about how many people were hitting you?
No.
Earlier, you said that you ran out of the club. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, I was really trying to run, but I can't run because they was holding me? They more or less were trying to take your money.
Nah, I never tried to run.
Are you saying now you never tried to run?
No, I just ducked my head and I didn't run, but I just ducked my head and they mainly, after whoever hit me, after they hit me, nobody else didn't touch me.
Okay. Did they ever try to grab your money?
I don't know if somebody tried to intentionally grab my money, but as I'm going through a crowd of people, you know, I was brushing up against people grabbing me and stuff, but not in a way that actually takes something from me that I recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither they were grabbing the money, but they wouldn't get it out the zipper right?
I don't recall what I told investigators.
Now, earlier, do you recall Bloody Jay fighting outside?
Now I was swole, so I was in the parking lot trying to get in my car.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that Moonsunk was fighting Bloody Jay?
I don't recall.
Now, what was your relationship like with Bloody Jay?
What you mean?
Were you cool with him?
Was I cool with him?
Yes.
I don't know how to answer that.
How would you describe your interactions with Bloody Jay?
What you mean?
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you've been trying to help Bloody Jay get in back with them?
I'm trying to help him with?
Get back in with them.
Oh, I don't know what would take place. I talking to the investigators. I was trying to tell them whatever I think I can convince them to believe. I don't get in people's business to be knowing what they be having going on. But I'm good with coming up with a story.
What would talking about Bloody Jay have to do? Why would that help you get out of?
Because the investigators they just, I don't know, like they so focused on me. I'm trying to get them off of me. They need to go focus on somebody else and get their attention off me.
Earlier, do you recall saying that when you went to speak with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015, you went down there because Detective Thorpe called you and told you to called you, and that's why you went down there? Do you remember saying that earlier today?
I believe after they shot somebody, one of my family members, my baby mama house up, that's when the investigators called me. Because they said it related to something. I don't know. I can't really remember exactly, but that's when I went down for questioning.
Okay. And did you go there voluntarily?
What they mean?
Did you go there because you wanted to go there yourself?
I went there because people told me to go there.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that everybody's like, nah, wait on them to call you? And I was like, I ain't want to wait. You know what I'm saying? I ain't do it.
I don't recall what I told them.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither? So they were like, just wait. And I'm like, so I wait, but I kept asking more people because they had shot up my girl mama house.
Most time I talked to the police, they had to come and get me.
Did they come get you on January 11th?
They didn't have to.
Okay, you drove down there you had Moonsunk take you down there.
Because everybody was telling me to go down there.
Okay. And Moonsunk, didn't you encourage Moonsunk to come and talk to the police too?
Say that again?
Did you encourage Moonsunk to come and talk to the police?
I think I remember telling him that they said, man, you did it. You need to come in here with me.
And do you remember him telling him, nah, I'm gonna wait for them to come to me?
No, I think he told me to give the investigator his number and tell him if they wanted him to call him, if I'm not mistaken.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, I came out here, I got Montauk, and I'm like, you don't want to come in and talk to him, bruh? You know your name in it, bruh. And he's like, shit, I'll wait on them to call me.
I know Detective Gaither she got somebody against me. She making her business to try to get me. So anytime that she trying to question me, I'm gonna spin her every chance I get. But I do not recall what I told her when she questioned me, but when she questioned me, I know she trying to get me.
Okay. Is Detective Gaither able to tell you the answers that are coming out of your mouth?
I sustain the question, Mr. Form.
Does Detective Gaither know what you think, what you're going to say?
I sustain the question.
In the January 28th interview, let me ask you this before I ask you that. Do you know what the relationship was like between Nut and Thug back in 2015?
No.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, at least in the January 28th interview, that Nut and Thug was cool?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, on God, I ain't even know?
There's objection. I sustain the question. I'll sustain the question.
I think the question was, back in 2015, did you know the relationship between Nut and Thug?
It's still subject to foundation. I'm staying.
But now I'm impeaching him on what he told detective about his knowledge of the relationship.
I sustained the question before. You still need to lay some foundation as to how they knew each other in that particular time period, okay? That was the basis of Mr. Steele's objection.
Back in 2015, were you familiar with Nut?
Yes.
And were you familiar with Thug?
Well, what do familiar mean?
Well, you just answered that you were familiar with Nut, so...
No.
I sustain the question.
When I just asked you, were you familiar with Nut, and you said yes. Why did you say yes?
Because people have different definition of things. And I knew of Nut.
Okay.
If that's the same, then I guess.
Did you spend more time with Nut or with Thug back in 2015?
I spent more time with Thug. I didn't hang around Nut.
Did Thug ever speak with you about his relationship with Nut?
No.
Did you ever observe Thug and Nut together?
I never saw those two together. I never been around those two together. No, it never crossed my mind.
So how were you able to tell Detective Gaither that Nut and Thug was cool?
Because they're questioning me, and I'm trying to get them off of me, and she asked me questions about Nut and Thug, I guess, and I'm telling her whatever she asked me. Let's say she asked me a question about the sky. I'm gonna say, yeah, I seen the sky. It's blue. Whatever she asked me, I'm gonna agree to that. I'm gonna say whatever she asked me. If she asked me about this reporter right here, I'm gonna say, yep, she's sitting outside me with white tennis shoes on. I'm gonna say something. Just because I want her to believe I'm telling her the truth, that I want her to get me out of jail.
What, she has on white tennis shoes, don't she?
Don't you got on white tennis shoes? She got on Chucks.
Right, and they white, right?
What color your shoes is? Okay. She got on Chucks.
So you telling the truth?
What color your shoes is? She said they white.
Right, so you're telling the truth then?
Well, it depends. See, you pick what you want to tell them.
So did you also tell Gaither in another interview that Nut and Thug had problems?
Can you say it again?
Did you also tell Gaither in another interview that Nut and Thug had problems?
See? You saying it right there and there.
So my question for you is, how did you know about any relationship between Nut and Thug?
I didn't.
Earlier, I asked you about the time you spent in Miami. I mean, you recalled you didn't remember. Do you recall to tell Detective Gaither that you spent about a week in Miami?
I don't recall what I told whoever you just said.
Now, when you came back from Miami, did you have any concern about Thug and you and y'all relationship?
What you mean?
Did you have any concerns about Thug and you and your relationship?
You asking me?
I am.
Yeah, did I have any concern?
Yes.
I just left on with Young Thug?
Yes.
And what my concern was?
I'm asking you if you had any.
If I just left with him, why would I have any?
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, so we came back and it was like Thug was trying to get rid of me? You feel what I'm saying?
Had to switch it up.
You had to switch it up.
I had to switch it up.
Why did you have to switch it up?
Because they kept targeting me.
Who is the they?
Investigator Gaither and Dennis.
Why did you have to switch it up to say that Thug was trying to get rid of you? What would that?
Oh, I don't know what I don't. No. Oh, let's go back.
Okay.
Now I said that he was trying to get rid of me.
Yes.
That's what I told her.
Yes.
I don't recall what I told her.
Okay, you don't recall that. Do you remember any conversations between you and Thug regarding having a hit on your head?
You said, do I remember having a conversation with Thug about somebody having a heat on my head?
Yes.
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that Thug called you and said, bruh, they said I got a hit on your head? And you were like, bruh, you do? And he was like, nigga. And then y'all started laughing.
Oh, you saying that I said Thug had hit out on my head? That's what I'm trying to,
yes, do you recall?
I thought you were saying that me and him having a conversation and you saying someone else said he had someone else have a hit on my head?
God bless you.
Are you saying that Young Thug had a hit on my head?
I'm saying, do you recall having a conversation with Thug in which you discussed having a hit on your head was my initial question.
Can you ask me that one more time?
Sure. Independently, do you recall back in 2015 having a conversation with Thug about having a hit on your head?
So it was a conversation. I'm trying to make sure I understand you. It was a conversation I was having with him.
Yes.
And I told him that he had a hit on my head?
Just generally.
I'm trying to see, am I understanding you right?
Right, I'm asking you. I'm clarifying. Do you recall generally just having a conversation with Thug about having a hit on your head? Just generally.
So you saying I'm trying to, I don't understand you.
Sure.
You saying I'm talking to him Me and him talking, I'm telling him that he has a hit on my head.
No.
That's what I'm trying to see what you're saying.
I'm asking you, do you remember just being on the phone with Thug and having a conversation about a hit on your head?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I don't know. I don't recall. I don't know.
All right. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you and Thug were on the phone and Thug said to you, bruh, they say, I got a hit on your head? Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall telling Detective Gaither in response to that, you said, you do? And then he responded, nigga, and then y'all started laughing.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall Thug telling you about any concerns that his family had with hanging around you?
I don't think I said family, but I do remember people was coming to me, telling me things.
Telling you things about what?
I'll sustain the objection.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that Thug told you that they're saying on the street that you and Thug had beef?
No, I don't recall that.
And then you said you told Thug, man, I haven't heard anything like that.
I think I just told you that right now.
Okay. Do you recall Detective Gaither asking you why would people think that he had a hit on you?
I don't remember what I told the investigators.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, like I told you, because everybody in the street saying I did it, and if they kill me, everybody, it's going to go away. Do you remember telling her that?
I remember that. I remember people coming to me, telling me things that was making me think people was telling me stuff that were trying to people was getting in my head and making me believe things. And I started being paranoid, thinking stuff.
When you were in Miami with what was his demeanor like towards you? How did he act around you?
What you mean? I was with my baby mama.
Were you ever around him in Miami?
Like, I was there, but we wasn't, I had to deal with my baby mama and my little girl.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither in this January 28th interview, like at first, like we was just chilling, like he was treating me like a brother. But even when I went to Miami, he stood back and stuff. But just like he wasn't happy with me around no more. It felt different.
Again, you bringing up conversation I done told the investigators, well, I know they trying to get me. So again, because I wasn't clear the first time, obviously, when the investigator Gaither was after me, my whole intentions was to get them off of me.
You said that Detective Gaither was after you. Was Detective Gaither the investigator that investigated when you, your baby mother, and your child were shot?
I don't know who was the investigator.
Did you speak with her about that incident when you, your child's mother, and your baby were shot?
Anytime I spoke with her, I think she asked me about everything, like this whole thing. So I don't know what I done told her, what I ain't told her.
Do you recall her telling you that she was the investigator that was going to investigate the incident with you, your child's mother, and your child being shot at?
Oh, objection.
What I recall is, I don't know if it was Investigator Gaither, but at one point they was questioning me and they was telling me, do I remember seeing this person right here? As in, they was telling me, this was the person that shot at me. So once I heard them bring up a person name, I started saying, this must who've been shot at me. So
We're going to get to that interview, but I'm asking you a question.
Let's find out. Were you finished with your answer, Mr. Copeland? Or
Can you
just something else you want to say?
yeah. So when they was questioning me and they was like, did you see Tay in the car? I didn't know why they brought his name up, but for them to ask me, did I specifically see Tay? Tay knew I stayed at, so I felt that Gaither was letting me know it was Tay who came to my house. So when she said that, I was like, oh, okay.
Okay, but that's not my question. Was she the one who investigated you?
I just remember when she was questioning me about me and my child being shot at, she brought up a person name to me and kept asking me about it. And she brought up two other names, but I didn't know them people to hang together, so I really didn't. I brushed the other two names out. And then later they found out that those was the people involved.
Do you remember, and we're going to actually get to that interview
All right.
next, but do you remember in that interview actually you not wanting to tell Detective Gaither who shot you because you were afraid of being put in the paperwork and snitching? Do you recall that?
I recall this, and this is the God and the truth. I told those investigators that I did not see nobody's face. They constantly kept asking, you gonna let dudes shoot at you while you got your kid? Listen, man, it ain't about being afraid of being paperwork or nothing. You feel me? Like, it's not.
Do you recall telling the police that you did not want to be in the paperwork?
I probably did.
Okay.
But if I had to be in paperwork, I'm still gonna be the same person.
Let's get back to the January 28th interview. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that even when you were in Miami, he stood back and stuff? It looks like he wasn't happy with you anymore. It just felt different.
Can you tell me what because you asked me about interviews. A lot of stuff started changing. You got to be more specific because at one point, the police were targeting me so much that I was turning against everybody. I was thinking everybody was out to get me. So when the investigators started asking me questions, whoever they started asking me questions was, they started becoming a problem with me because I started thinking everybody was out to me. So I can't tell you what I said to Investigator Gaither, Dennis, or any other investigator that questioned me. All I can tell you is that I was in a messed up state of mind, and you asked me about questions that I was supposed to be asked back then. That if I say something, you're gonna say, "Oh, I might impeach him," or whatever the word is you use. When I don't know, I can't answer that.
Independently, did you feel different around Thug while you were in Miami?
Did I feel? Well, I wouldn't ever stay down there a week with him.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall. I don't recall how it was being down in Miami.
All right. During that interview, do you recall giving Investigator Gaither Moonsung's phone number?
Is it?
That's the question.
To my is that the
After the shooting on the highway?
I remember Moontung told me that if they wanted to question him about what happened, that it was okay to get on his number and they can call him.
Do you remember his phone number back then?
No, I don't even remember my phone number right. And did I have them?
Okay. Do you recall giving the phone number 404?
Sir, do you have objection?
You told us to give the last four numbers.
That's fine.
Okay, all right.
Was it 8935? Do you recall giving the number 8935?
I don't recall.
Now, during that interview, do you recall, excuse me, did you, after this was happening, after Nutt's murder and your home and your family's home being shot up, did you have someone purchase a gun for you?
I had someone purchase a gun for me after the homicide investigator said that I had the rights to defend myself.
And was that after your car had been shot at on the highway?
No, I think it was investigator Thorpe who told me that. So I don't know when he told me that, but he told me that at one point.
And did you purchase that gun yourself or someone else purchased it for you?
Well, someone else purchased it.
Who?
Lady.
Let's stay in the question.
Did Little D in this, is this a Little D from Cleveland?
Let's I'm gonna hold off on the ruling on the objection till she poses the question.
Is this the Little D from Cleveland?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he purchase guns for anyone else that you are aware of?
How I supposed to know?
I asked that.
Well, actually, he didn't purchase a gun for me. He had one and I bought it from him.
Okay. Do you recall to tell Detective Gaither that he purchased the gun for you from Arrowhead Pawn Shop?
That's what he said he got it from.
Okay. But it was for you. Do you recall that?
I bought it from him.
Now, in the shooting on the highway, do you recall who was shooting at you?
I don't.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that it was Greedy who was driving one of the cars?
No. They were doing 100 miles per hour. How you gonna see somebody?
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither it was two cars, the second car, and Greedy was in the first car?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. And she actually confirms, Dennis confirmed, so it was Greedy, and your response was, yeah, Greedy was driving.
Oh, no. I probably just said it just because I remember the drive-by. They were going too fast to be trying to do anything.
Why would you say it was Greedy?
I don't have a clue. This is my first time hearing this. I don't recall what I said in them interviews. I told you once they would question me, they could have brought up anybody's name and tell me what I got to say about it. I'm gonna have something to say.
Do you recall telling that Little D has seen him in the car?
Huh?
that little D had seen Greedy driving the car?
We didn't have no conversation about this. I told you it was a turn the radio down and try to see that head. By the time I realized what was going on, the car was all the way in front of us. I didn't notice until the second car, it shot the window. When it shot the window, I was like, what the hell? And I don't know if I told the investigator this, but I thought the car that was behind me was the car that set me up. So I don't know what you're getting at with talking about what I told the investigators.
Who was in the car behind that you thought set you up?
Boo?
Why would you think Boo was going to set you up?
Because I was paranoid.
Why would Boo want to set you up?
I don't know. I said that's what I thought. How if it's a car behind me, how am I getting shot at? I didn't know if they got shot at. I didn't know what would happen. I just knew I was paranoid.
When Little D from Cleveland brought the gun for you, did you go with him to the pawn shop?
Did I go with him to the pawn shop?
Yeah.
I can't recall.
Do you recall tell Detective Gates and Detective Dennis, I can show you the gun I got, the same gun I had when I went right to the pawn shop. My buddy bought it in his name and went right back home. You tell Detective Gates that.
I probably did. I'm trying to convince them.
And earlier when you talked about Boo being in the car with you, is that the big Boo, the picture we saw a few days ago?
Big Boo wasn't in no car with me.
Who's Boo?
I said he wasn't in no car with me.
In the car behind you, when you said it was
Yes.
Boo in the car behind you. Portion dollars for one. Now, at the club, excuse me, and Crucial, that Monday night, do you recall who you went to the club with?
I go every Monday night.
That specific Monday night where you and Kel got into it. Do you recall who you went to the club with that night?
I don't recall who I was with.
Okay. Do you recall if Thug was at the club?
Tonight the night I got into it with him?
Yes.
I can't recall if he was or wasn't.
What about Nard?
Which one?
How many do you know?
More than 3.
Were any of the Nards there at the night?
No, not that I recall. I don't. Yeah.
What about Yak? Was he present at the club?
Yeah, I think Yak was there that night.
Was Shannon there?
Was he? I can't recall if he was.
Was little D from Mechanicsville there?
I can't recall who that night because I've been up there so many Mondays, and I'd be lying if I say somebody was there, somebody wasn't there. I don't remember who that night about anybody.
And my last question: what about little D from Cleveland?
I can't recall.
Now, after this interview, did you go and speak with police regarding what I just asked you about, which is the shooting between you, your child's mother, and your child being shot at?
Can you know what you say? What about it?
Did you speak with police regarding that incident?
They came and spoke to me.
Okay. Do you recall what happened the day that you, your child, and your child's mother was shot at?
Yeah.
If you can tell the jury what happened.
My daughter, she was crying. She wouldn't stop crying. So we take her to the hospital. We came out the door. I seen the car, seen it at the stop sign. I had a gun. The car, they came my way. I stood in the middle of the street. They rolled up on the side of me. They let the window down and they tried to shoot me.
And were they able to fire off any shots?
I believe so.
Where was your baby at when they fired off those shots?
I don't know if she was in my hand or if I put it in the, I can't remember if I put it in the, it happened so fast. I can't remember if I put it in the car or if I had it in my hand.
And after they started shooting, what, if anything, did you do?
I told my baby mama to get down.
What did you do?
What you mean?
When they shot at you, your baby, and your girlfriend, what did you do?
I got them up off of us.
And how did you get them up off of you?
I shot back.
Okay. And what happened when they shot back? When you shot back?
I kept shooting.
Okay. And what happened?
I made them crash.
All right. How far away did they crash from your house?
Not far.
Was it about the distance that we are? Or was
No,
it further?
farther.
Was it back to the end of the courtroom?
Probably so.
Okay. Once they crashed, what happened?
I grabbed my baby and my baby mom and I ran them back in the house.
And were y'all able to make it inside the house? Did you go back inside your house or did you go to the neighbor's house?
Well, she left her purse in the car.
Okay.
Well, she left the keys. We couldn't get in the door, so the neighbors let us in.
Okay. And once they crashed, did they ever try to shoot at you all anymore?
I started shooting again.
And what happened?
I kept shooting.
Did they eventually leave?
They had no choice.
All right. Did you have to talk to the police about that incident with you, your child, and your child's mother?
Yeah, the police caught me before I could leave.
And did you go down and tell them everything that you just told the jury about what happened?
No.
What didn't you tell the police?
No, I think I did. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what I told them, but I told them the car pulled on the side of me and tried to shoot me. I think I didn't tell them that, I think I told them somebody else shot back.
Do you recall something that you shot back?
Yeah, I remember. Cause I remember the other one told me, he asked me, did I shoot? He asked me something. I lied and said somebody else was shooting. And then when Gathering came, I knew that she was going. I couldn't come up with no. The name that I said was Schumbeck was a name that Gathering knew I was going. She knew I was lying about it. So when she came, I went ahead and admitted that it was me who Schum because I knew that I couldn't lie on no. I couldn't put it on the name that I tried to say.
Do you recall being interviewed about this shooting twice, like back to back?
Can you repeat it?
Sure. Do you remember being interviewed about this shooting with you, I would just say Deshaun and your daughter twice? One day you were not in custody, the other day you were in custody. Do you remember that?
So when they let me go, they wanted the gun. I told them I'd give them the gun once they let me go. And they went for it. They let me go. And 24 hours later, they had the whole SWAT team at my house. My brother's house.
Did you ever give them the gun that you used?
No.
Whose gun was it?
Clearly mine.
Do you recall telling detectives that it wasn't your gun?
I probably did.
Do you know whose gun you said it was?
I can't recall.
Do you recall telling them that it was Shannon's gun?
No, I don't recall what I told him.
Now, the first time that you went in to go talk about this incident, do you remember speaking with a Detective Curry?
There's so many different polices. I don't know. No, all the names I know is Thorpe, Gaither, and Dennis, and the light-skinned lady. I don't know the other people name.
All right. When you first went to talk about this incident, was it with Thorpe, Gaither, Dennis, or was it somebody else?
Yes. I don't. Well, when I came out the neighbor house to try to get the door key, I looked over. I ain't seen no police. When I walked out the door, the SWAT team was already right there. And when they got me right there, it was some investigator right there talking to me. But when he looked and seen who I was, he called somebody. Then they went jumping out the sky, coming out the bushes, every which way. They questioned me right there. I don't know who it was. They questioned me.
After speaking with individuals at your home, do you recall coming down to Atlanta Police Headquarters and speaking with the detective?
I don't know his name. I don't know who. The person that questioned me, he wasn't Gaither, so he went for what I told him.
Okay. And what I'm asking you is, do you remember speaking to that detective down at headquarters at Atlanta Police Department?
I remember speaking with him, but I don't really I can't say for sure what I said to him. I know he kept saying he want that gun, and I kept telling him, if you let me go, I go get it.
When you had the interview, when you met with that detective, did you meet with, was it you and Deshaun at that interview?
Can you repeat that?
When you went down to that interview, was it you and Deshaun? Did y'all both go to that interview?
Yeah, I made them let her, because why y'all want to question me if it was both of us? Y'all, and I told him, y'all gonna lock me up, just gonna lock me up. But, and he was like, no, we not locking you up. So I'm like, well, why she can't come if she was a victim too? Okay. So he's like, well, she can come.
All right. And did the both of you speak with that detective?
I don't think she spoke with him, but, cause she didn't see nothing.
As long as you show that to the defense counsel first. You may, madam.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 378, Yankee Charlie 1. Do you see yourself in that exhibit?
Yeah.
Do you also see Deshaun in that exhibit?
Yeah.
And do you also see the detective in that exhibit?
Yeah.
Your Honor, excuse me, this time say like State Exhibit 378, Yankee Charlie 1. Exactly.
Any objection to states 378 Yankee Charlie 1? All right, it's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Mr. Copeland, is that you in the corner with the white hat on?
Yep.
And is that the Sean sitting next to you?
Yep.
And is that the investigator who conducted the interview?
I guess so.
Now, Mr. Copeland, a few moments ago, he said that he was engaged, so he went for what I told him. What did you mean by that?
He wanted the gun.
Okay, so why would you say that he was engaged, so he went for what I told him?
Because I know Gaither know, she know me.
Okay, and when you say she knows you, what does that mean?
She know I'm about to bullshit her.
She knows you. Then again, watch your language.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
It's an adult forum. He can say what he wishes to at this point. What was your answer, sir?
She know I'm about to play around.
All right.
Okay. Now, during the course of this interview, earlier, did you say that you told him it was somebody else, or did you tell him it was you who actually did the shooting? Earlier, did you say that you told him it was somebody else, or did you tell him it was you who actually did the shooting?
When they caught me at the house, I was trying to sneak back out to the car and get the door key. So when the SWAT team seen me, and then he wouldn't let me go back and let them know that they had me. So I had to stay right there. So when the police started coming out the bushes and stuff, they questioned me right then and there. So I told the man walked up on me. I said it was somebody named Tayshun.
Okay. That was when you were still at
The house.
But when you got to the police department, did you tell him?
Before I got to the police department, I think Gaither pulled up at the house. I think somebody pulled up at the house that knew who I was. And they kept saying, Tay who? And I couldn't come up with no Tay that they didn't know. Okay. I wasn't going to lie on nobody. Like, I wasn't trying to lie on nobody and get them locked up at that time. So I'm just like, I can't lie on this nigga right now. So I went ahead and said it was me shooting.
Okay. And after this interview, were you ever arrested for shooting at the car?
Yeah, I most definitely was arrested the next day.
No. Were you arrested for a probation violation?
I was false arrested. They locked me up for not doing community service when I never had community service to do. Y'all held me in jail for 3 weeks for no reason.
And that was
because I didn't get a police that gun. That's what y'all did to me.
Okay, but were you arrested for the probation of not doing community service?
My probation officer told me she didn't put a warrant out on me and told me there was something that had nothing to do with her. She couldn't speak on it. So I don't know. I felt I went to jail for trying to protect me and my family.
All right. Did you ever have to plead guilty for aggravated assault for shooting at the car?
No.
Okay.
Ms. Hilton, can I get you and maybe a representative too?
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the natural stopping point for today, and we're going to go ahead and recess you all until tomorrow. Remember that this Friday I have other unrelated business in the morning, so you won't need to report tomorrow until 12:30, and then we'll start up somewhere around 1 o'clock, and then we'll work until somewhere between 4 and 5 o'clock. Okay. All right. Mr. Copeland, we'll see you tomorrow at 12:30. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, any ministerial inquiry of me at this point? Okay. All right. Let's go through your nightly admonitions, and then we chat here. Okay. Remember to leave your notepads in the basket. Do not take them home with you or any other place. Remember, as you are seated back there in your headquarters or jury deliberation room, as you go to come here in the mornings or leave in the evenings, or as you take comfort breaks and lunch and other places where you're together as a corporate body, or even if you're in ones and twos, remember that you are not to discuss this case in any way amongst yourselves. All right. Remember, you cannot recap, review, handicap, or otherwise consider or weigh the testimony of any of the witnesses thus far, or begin any such thing that might be considered your deliberative process. Remember, you can only do that when the court properly instructs you on how to do that at the appropriate time, this matter. Okay. Remember as well, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot seek any advice from any third parties or third-party sites, like, for example, any reference materials, Google, any other reference sites that you may think may aid you in your understanding of what you've heard so far. Remember, you can only consider what's been lawfully presented to you within the four walls of this courtroom during the trial of this matter, and you cannot consider any outside sources. Those include any recaps or any other testimony or any other commentary about this trial or anything such as that. That would be you would be forbidden from listening to that. You can only consider what's been presented in this courtroom. Remember that if any third party should try and reach you by any means, manner of communication, that your duty and responsibility would be to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. All right. And then remember, ladies and gentlemen, I told you as well that you've heard a number of scenes or you've seen maps of that may depict different things. You cannot go by any of those places. You cannot do any sketches. You cannot take any pictures, and you cannot share any outside information you may or may not know about any of those places with anyone. Remember, you can only consider what's been presented to you lawfully in the four walls of this courtroom. And then lastly, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience, and thank you for your attention that you've given and will continue to give to this matter. And unless you have any other ministerial inquiry of me, 12:30 tomorrow, and we'll get started by 1 o'clock, okay? All right. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Our jury has left us, and Mr. Copeland has left us as well. All right. Any ministerial inquiry of me before tomorrow morning at 12:30. All right. Hearing none. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you tomorrow at 12:30, okay? All right. We're in recess.
that concludes our day. Thank y'all for joining. I'll see y'all soon. Peace. Spices are in. The spices are in. Oh my God. We got DanaJay Hattie Lemon Steak Spice. Oh yeah. We got the DanaJay Lafayette Low High Rise Tropical Bang. Come and get it. We got the DanaJay Lafayette White Dirt, y'all. We got the DanaJay's Jackson Family Seafood Blend number 2. Oh my God. Then we got DanaJay's Lemon Family Seafood Blend number 1. We also have the DanaJay's Lafayette Low Rise Mild Heat. If you know if you want that heat. Then we got the real heat. If you want the DanaJay's Smut. That's the extreme heat that got the Joker on the side. Oh my God. Come and get it. Come and get it. The DanaJay spices are running wild. I'm telling you, come and get it. After you taste these spices, you ain't gonna want nobody else's. I holler at you later. Hit me.
Swimming in you. Hey, little mama said I wanna take her. Dipping your pool. Just go for a little dive, yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Sometimes I'm misty brain.